Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another little plugin making stream. And what I'm doing right now is making sure that all the screens and things work. So I fired up the stream, and then it immediately hiccuped and gave me a black screen on the YouTube side, which is unhelpful. And then back we go. So I'm just setting up chat and all. And we're going to jump right in because some of the stuff I'm going to be talking about is hidden under my smiling face on the actual screen. Move it over. Ta-da. So here's what we're thinking about today. And yes, I've got Air 3 and Kalman. Next thing is to do VSTs for those. I've got a fresh cup of espresso, so we're going to charge ahead and do all kinds of stuff. And of course, I'm available for answering questions about the plugins and things as well. The wood stove fire is going reasonably okay at the moment. I'll have to keep an eye on that, but as always, I always have to keep an eye on that when it's winter. And what are we doing? Well, check this out. This should come over the speakers, okay? If I'm not mistaken, it is. Assuming I can convince it to turn on. This noise is the background to somebody's video. I got this video off the internet because I spent a lot of time yesterday digging through all of my old, I found a stack of old CD-ROMs that I'd burned. CD and DVD, things that I'd burned. I was searching for a job that I did a long time ago. I did a job for noted mastering engineer Bob Katz, who needed, not Bob Ludwig, Bob Katz, not the one with all the platinum albums, although he might have some as far as I know, but one that has written a book on mastering, which is a good book. And he was asking for my help because he had recorded a space shuttle launch. And the space shuttle launch he recorded on 2 separate DAT machines, something like that, using a set of cardioid mics and a set of figure 8s. And he wanted a quad audio playback. He wanted it to be like in theaters or whatever. Might have also recorded video, I'm not entirely sure. And the DAT machines are physical devices. They're tape devices, DATs are. And so they went wildly out of synchronization. He couldn't make them line up because they'd waver. The sound pressure levels were so high that the tapes wobbled and stammered. And so they're digital recordings, but they had physical jitter as part of their recordings. And he still wanted it to be quad, and didn't know what to do, and there's no device out there that would do that, would fix that for him, so he asked me to do one. And I did a reasonably okay job. I did a thing where I wrote a quad version somehow. I forget even how I did this. I might have had to do it in Real Basic, but I did the thing with a vinyl record and or tape cassette correction device I'd written that tracked whether one channel was hitting slightly before the other and caught it, fixed it. And the idea of that one was a azimuth correction. And that's what I had for a long time there. in the software that I used. It doesn't even exist in any of my current plugins, although I mean, it could. I could make one, but used to be that there was a relevance in doing azimuth correction, because if you have a tape head and the tape is slightly tilted relative to the tape that's going along it, not only does the high frequencies not line up properly, you're also physically making one of the channels be sooner and the other channel be later by tilting the head in this way. And that applies for all tape heads. It applies for big multi-track ones as well, but usually you're working on the machine that you recorded the thing on, so that's a gotcha that didn't happen to that many people, because not that many people have ever been doing big multi-track recordings and then bounced around among different studios to do it. That's not optimal. People would do that when they really wanted to optimize everything, but they were self-sabotaging in a way that they didn't expect when they tried. So, I had space shuttle recordings, and I still have the CD-ROM that stuff was sent to me on, but I can't get it to play back. Lovely clean recordings of the space shuttle takeoff from, oh boy, must have been like turn of the century, like 2001 or something. I forget exactly. I don't know exactly which one. But I ended up with lovely high-quality audio recordings of a space shuttle launch. Gain staged super well, taken from a great distance. And there was an interesting thing to be learned from that. And that's what we're going to deal with today. Or that's what I'm going to deal with today. I'll call it we if anybody comes and hangs out and watches. This is always a little early in the morning for anybody, but but anybody who's willing to come along with me on this journey, you're quite willing to do so. You can come and go as you please. A weird thing happened with the last video, by the way. In fact, I wrote a note about it, and there's another note that is shown on it. Some of the drums that I use, for instance, if I was to do this, turn it up just a tiny bit, and this is my tracks for the song Rise, which is also on YouTube. Not that I've put Content ID on it or anything. Sometimes I'll pause because splinters get in my slippers. If I am to play this track, and maybe I'll start doing this for every single one and see what happens. Let's see what goes on. So what does that sound like to you? Because to YouTube, it sounds like a particular track from drummer Gregg Bissonette. I think it's called Bad Love. And they copyright struck me for my own track. This is my drum track off of the song Rise, which I don't think I have a copy of it here to play, but it's part of the chorus. Like the verse. So, does it seem a little bit unfair? But then when we cut into the chorus, it's like, also bearing in mind that in the actual track, this is actually sped up. I recorded that track at a lower rate intentionally in Reaper so that I could have more of your drum and bass kind of drum sound. So if I was to sing along with this chorus at the natural drum recording speed, this isn't the side I wanted to see. My baby, you got to rise for me. It's a lot slower than it is the way you hear it if you go and listen to it on YouTube, on my channel. But if I play this original track from it, YouTube thinks that's Gregg Bissonette. It's me. So apparently this is, in a way, some kind of wonderful development, because apparently, remember, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and you can do this. You too could be mistaken for Gregg Bissonette with probably not even one API mic preamplifier, a couple of Roswell Audio Mini K47s, put them in front of the drum kit. This doesn't even include a dedicated kick mic. This is 2 mics recording. Capture it into the DAW. Put your drums on a piece of plywood in the drum room. Treat the drum room a little bit like I have doors leaning against the walls, making the walls slightly non-parallel, and I'm sure that helps. Tune the drums properly, like the kick is fairly low. Play with heavy sticks. This is with heavy sticks. And do whatever you got to do. I'm also compressing it using a Heritage Audio compressor successor, but that's the very one where I think Pop 2 was designed to be able to replicate that fairly well. So even that, you could use a Airwindows plugin to relatively closely mimic that. That's the reason this looks flat, is it's being compressed coming in. No, what it's going to be is the actual song, which might be on Gregg's album, because he does have an album where his brother also plays on it. But he also played on Eric Clapton. And Bad Love, I think, initially started out as a Clapton track. It's going to be either a breakdown or a lead-in. So he didn't do it on purpose any more than anybody would. It's this. And that's just my drumming, mic'd with a couple of mics, with a particular kind of compression, which you could do with an Airwindows plugin. And there's enough of a stretch of that to match presumably the lead-in of either an Eric Clapton track or the Gregg Bissonette track. And as such, whenever I play my own thing, it's going to be content ID'd as a professional recording, possibly an Eric Clapton album. That's pretty cool. I guess that means I'm doing something right. Who knew that my drumming was as good as Gregg Bissonette's? Apparently, Google thinks my drumming is as good as Gregg Bissonette's. I guess if we sat down and tried to play for Eric Clapton, I think he would beat me pretty handily. Probably. Because I derp all over the place and do all kinds of sloppy stuff like this. And that's clearly not Gregg Bissonette. That's something else. But yeah, I am getting content struck. It says it is revenue sharing and it is not going to take my channel off. Thankfully, if it was threatening that it would take my channel off, I wouldn't be fooling with it. I would be filing appeals and trying to fix the situation and making a mental note that I don't get to play the drums from this part of this song that I personally recorded. I wonder what it would be like if I went up into my drum room. I don't have it turned on right now, but I have a camera there. And I can go and play drums live on stream. And I've been expecting to do that going forwards. Like, I am expecting to do more multi-tracking, that being something that I can do. It's not going to happen right away because I've got some big plans for getting together my audio chain. And whenever I do that, I always switch over to that first. Hey, Tuwath. And, but yeah, like if I'm able to do this and record it in directly, and that's my own tracking, not so long ago, about a year ago, and that's being content ID'd, that means I could pipe that through to the YouTube stream and be content ID'd on the fly for live playing and impersonating Gregg Bissonette. That's hilarious. It's like YouTube discovered that they could and didn't stop to ask if they should. I think it would be fairly obvious that it was me playing drums live. It's like, can I get content ID struck for a bunch of different things by playing them live? If I go and tune my drums just right and throw like Cathedral on or something, can I get content ID struck for the intro to Led Zeppelin's When the Levee Breaks? I've actually got a ribbon mic that I could use for that. And would it be possible to set up the sounds live, go play drums, and then get nuked off the internet for being these classic recordings? That would be a extraordinary, talk about credit, man. Talk about proving that what I'm doing is the real deal. Because apparently I am getting content ID struck for a very professional drummer's very professional album that was put out at a time like, this is not at the youngest of guys. He's at least as old as me, probably a little older, because I remember seeing that name when I was growing up in like drumming magazines and things. So he would have been out there working while I was still basically a kid. But apparently I'm impersonating it very effectively. It's like the Mutt Lange thing. Mutt Lange became a ginormous billionaire music success story, producer, engineer, all that kind of stuff, starting out like pirating songs in South Africa because they weren't allowed to have the real songs in South Africa, presumably because of apartheid. And so he actively went into the studio with people and did their own copies of these songs as well as they could, because it was being sanctioned, and so they couldn't get access to the regular songs for some reason. And this is not coming from the same place as that, but boy, is it interesting if the work that I do now starts to give you raw tracks, and I know enough about what I'm doing that this is giving the audio for records that are out there that people might also want to be like, hey, go ahead and do, if you want, like, do Gregg Bissonette on your laptop. Well, YouTube says I have just done so. And in fact, they might be already copyright striking. I don't see anything yet popping up, but go and look at the previous stream if you want. Open it in another tab just to look. And you will see that not only have I claimed that Gregg Bissonette claimed my audio, which was my drumming, not his, but also YouTube has flagged that as the song that's present in the live stream. So combining those two things, that's just hilarious. That's our modern world. Speaking of our modern world, it used to include space shuttle launches, but guess what? I wasn't able to find the space shuttle audio that I used to have, but I found something that's probably going to be good enough for what I have in mind. Here's the thing. If you do a space shuttle launch, there's a bunch of people cheering. This was not present in Bob's recording because he was a good sound engineer and he kept quiet. So you had a wonderful, unclipped, undistorted, super clear recording. And I don't have... Oh, it's totally validating. When I was a kid, that would have been an amazing goal to reach. Like, do stuff that is literally just as good as such a professional. It is a something of a kudos. It's annoying because that literally means they're taking my money and giving it to Gregg Bissonette. They're like, Chris, like I said, join my Patreon, man, because they can't take a piece of that and give it to Gregg Bissonette. But if I do this better and better, it might be that all of my YouTube revenue gets taken away from me and given to people who didn't do the actual work because I am that accurately reproducing the classics, the days of things like that. Like if my money got taken away and given to Led Zeppelin, whew, would that be a compliment and unneeded. Jimmy Page don't need my money. Gregg Bissonette doesn't need my money. He plays with Eric Clapton. But he's getting some of it. He's being given some of it. Or at least his record company is. Anyway, if you hang out with a space launch, that's actually not Space Shuttle. This is more recent. Somebody did a sort of Instagram mode showing up for a Starship launch, SpaceX. This is a Starship launch. It's still a giant rocket. It's going to sound basically exactly the same. Whatever the thing is, it involves spitting like rocket exhaust gases out at high speed. And if you record it from 6 miles away, you get this. That's after the sound reaches you. They've been going on and on for like 10, 20 seconds. Hey, Bruce Wayne. About how cool it is because they're watching the rocket take off. And it's taking a long time for the sound to reach them. When it does this. There's the sound beginning to happen. And then as it gets louder, you can probably, oh yeah, you can hear that. It's coming across well over the subwoofers, so it's getting into the microphone pretty good. I'm going to show you something after I show you it in audio. And I can't run this directly into the stream, although I could if I ran it in the other. I could give you DI, but it's ripped from a video anyhow, so I'm not going to. I'd rather show you what I see here. Notice the way that this turns from rumbling to a particular kind of crackling. Hear that little crackle? Keeps going. Hear that? We went from here to here. There's a reason it's doing that, and I think that reason is important, and today is all about trying to either replicate it or at least do something around what's making that happen. We're going to try to make that crackle happen from a low-frequency rumble that we can probably make out of either a plug-in or filtered noise or something like that. But we get to go from this rumble to this. To this. To this. To these people, the important thing is them going, oh my gosh, oh wow. But to me, the important thing is this shape. Look at that. That is the shape of air under high pressure. You would think that thunder is round shapes. And indeed, as it continues to reverberate, thunder is round shapes. But at really high amplitudes, something special happens. And a long time ago, I was asking about what air does, and somebody got back to me. I don't honestly remember who this is now, but I'm going to read what he had to say. I did my engineering final year thesis on this subject many years ago. By the way, if this is somebody who's in chat, chime in and speak up so that I can cheer you, because this person, hooray. The velocity of sound in air is a function of pressure. It goes faster at higher pressures. Because the wave is longitudinal, the effect is that the compressed parts catch up with the decompressed parts. A sine wave migrates towards being a triangle wave. Look at this shape. Whoever this is, they nailed it. They are completely correct. With a pressure discontinuity. Also note this is also triangle-y, but it's doing a weird thing. Try clapping your hands in a stairwell or other highly echoic place and you hear a crackling noise. That's the little shock waves. That's also something that's not present in digital reverbs. As far as I know, maybe Bricasti is including it, but I'm a little skeptical. That said, if Bricasti is including it and I start being able to include it, then it's going to be all the better for emulating those. If Bricasti is not including it, then I get to step ahead, and that would be cool. The effect is perfectly measurable and shows up in intermodulation, which it literally is, and other manifestations of non-linear systems. And of course this happens in naturally occurring sound as well, as in all sound that isn't in a DAW. All sound does this. Everything in the world does this. No DAW does this. And it's going to relate to the amount of sound pressure, and that has to do with slew. This is one way where my constantly modeling realism by addressing slew from particular directions has led to console LA, console MC being realistic. Is I'm intentionally nuking sort of all the highs to mimic what analog recording systems do. But what analog recording systems do is meld together separately recorded tracks to behave like they're being heard in reality, rather than heard in the computer's imagination, or whatever you'd want to call it. So the amplitude of the effect is what is interesting. Whoever it is, he didn't dig up his old paper. It was 30 years ago, and this was 20 years ago. This note, let me go and find, because it's going to persist. Check this out. Get info. Oh, no, it was not in 22. Okay, so never mind. I thought I'd be able to show you that, but it's actually been copied onto this computer, and so I'm getting only when it was copied over onto this computer. It's from like before 2000, or roughly around there. So this is like the clipping alone is from about 20 years ago, and then 30 years ago. So the original study documenting this is from a good 50 years ago. And that also implies that this is somebody who was also older than me at the time. Hopefully they're still around. But we owe them a debt now, because look at this. It is a function of power density, the power and the diameter of the speaker. So that's amplitude, that's loudness. And at 1 watt out of a 12-inch diameter speaker, which apparently is what they used for these measurements, not even, not that much in terms of high frequencies there. But it's large enough to make THD measurements on audio amplifiers a bit academic, except for no, because audio amplifier THD measurements add different distortions. Much like you'd say, oh, this is large enough to make THD measurements on dither academic, but no, because dither adds different distortions. What this is doing is it is adding or reproducing a distortion that is part of air. This is what we are normally supposed to hear. Departing from this is also a distortion. If you take digital math and you add up the digital math, here, give me a second while I stoke my fire. If you take digital math and you add up the digital math without taking this into account, you have added a distortion. When you're trying to reproduce a sound that exists in air. For that reason, what I'd like to do, while continuing the work that I'm doing, here we go. On the new console versions, with the new Air 3 and what I've been able to do with Kalman, those were so interesting as far as giving me both an air band, but that should be the same as the file's creation date. Like, this file got copied over to other stuff, and so apparently it considers itself to have a creation date. I'll give it a shot. I've got terminal here. Tiwath is suggesting a Unix command. Let's give it a try. RMR no, it's fooling. And there's another quote. And then it's not file text, but we're going to drag this in, and that's going to give me my wild. Okay, didn't expect that. What does it do? Nothing useful, I bet. Oh dear. Okay, let's quit out of this terminal. We just screwed up the terminal. That is much sadness. But I'm pretty sure I can get the file name elsewhere. In fact, see, normally if I drag a file into the terminal, it's going to give me the location. For instance, if I do this, then we've got that. So technically, why don't I just delete that and put in well, hang on a second. I might not be doing this right. Do you put these other score before or after the thing I'm escaping? Well, if this don't work, bad format. Space, then the backslash to escape it. No such file or directory. Also, S is still going to be bad format. So, sorry, that didn't work. That's a tangent anyway. My point being, 50 years ago, this person predicted this, or observed it. And Doppler effect, frequency modulating the high frequency. People observing this kind of stuff always go on about how, oh, but I'm panicking the audio files, while ignoring the fact that audio files are working with their observation of their hearing, which has evolved to hear through all of those things. So that's a false criticism. What you should be doing is panicking the digital signal processing guys. You're panicking the computer nerds. If they knew what was happening, which they don't. They don't understand that you have to do this stuff in order to get to accurate. Mind you, the part that he's talking about, the Doppler effect producing stuff as a result of a speaker, is only of interest in terms of reproducing things from a speaker. So that's not as much of a concern. The speaker is just, if you're constructing things out of sine waves and trying to get a result, that's fine. If you are simply mimicking the vibration of a wave, your speaker is going to try to mimic what the microphone's diaphragm was doing. So if you're recording something, the fact that the speaker does this is irrelevant, because the speaker is just following the shape that the microphone diaphragm made. If the speaker follows the shape that the microphone diaphragm made perfectly, it reproduces the sound. It is not at all a matter of, oh, it has to do that, but without producing any Doppler effect on higher frequencies riding along. That's not how any of this works. If it's reproducing the shape of the air, then it does its job, and it's much simpler. That said, this shape that we're looking at on the screen is also simple, and it's as described. The compressed parts catch up with the decompressed parts. The sine wave migrates towards being a triangle wave with a pressure discontinuity. There's your triangle wave right there. That started from low frequency rumblings like thunder, because it is well over, like at this point, the starship is also high up in the sky, as well as 6 miles away longitudinally. So we're talking 20, 30, 50, 100 miles away, going into the upper reaches of the atmosphere. And the distance causes the frequencies to drop away, and you get nothing but thunder, you get nothing but rumble. Rumble looks round. Low frequencies look more round. You lose everything but the original sort of sine wave shapes. And if it's a single wave, it reverts to a sine as it loses all of its frequency. But if it's a high amplitude thunderous noise, it turns into this. The application to people wanting to make music, whether it's rock music or EDM or anything else that feels and acts like it's really loud, is obvious. And that might be my target as far as continuing this work. And I'm certainly going to keep making the console versions. I've even got my little reference card over here. I've got a number of reference cards. This one is for measuring reverb algorithms. This one's because I'm watching Hell's Kitchen on YouTube, and I'm watching it one episode at a time while having tacos. This one's a reference card for being able to build stuff in the Minecraft, and I may go and play Minecraft at the end of the day today. It depends on what happens and how quickly this comes together. And this reference card is the different kinds of console that I could put out, of which I've already done MCI and Quad 8, console MC and console LA. And we've also got the Tube EMI Red console. And we've got the classic Abbey Road / Dark Side of the Moon TG12345, which I think is also heard on Ummagumma and Adam Heartmother. And we've got the Trident Day range, which has 4 bands rather than just 3. We've got Neve, which involves more in the way of second harmonic. Helios, which is got its own thing going on. There's actually one of those that is not that far away from me, back when I was dating somebody in Canada. And I hope she's doing well, but I may never know because it's not necessarily for me to know at this stage. But the Rolling Stones mobile rig, which is a Helios console, is in Calgary. And that's kind of amazing. And then lastly on the list is the Mackie 8 bus. And that's one where if I can travel, I can probably buy one for not that expensive and drive it back home in my car. And when I start studying that, that's going to be a whole other thing. But all of the considering whether I'd like to remix the music that I did in 2023 over the pretend MCI, over pretend Quad 8, that might be going by the by. I'll still be interested in doing those. But if I was to take the airband from Air 3, yeah, it is. There's this sort of museum. You can rent time on a museum with the Rolling Stones mobile rig. Go to Calgary, and you can book a day. Booking a day costs you about $1,000. And you can record and do stuff on that console. So that's quite interesting, seeing as I've been through Calgary Airport repeatedly. In fact, I love Calgary Airport. It's lovely. It is of the nicest of Canadian airports I've ever seen. And in so doing, I went through the city where this console lives now. SSL is another story. I wouldn't say if I was to do that, I'd be more interested in the first SSL, the 4000. And that starts to get into the world where there'd be so many damn sliders that it would become inconvenient, because part of what makes an SSL an SSL is that there's just a lot more control over everything. Like, to do the SSL, I'd probably be using biquad filters rather than my fancy ones. Like, pair filters are what's in the MCI and the Quad 8 emulations that I did, because they sounded a little bit more like what I was trying to make happen. What you would get from an SSL would be a pile of biquads. Probably some of it would be like steepening the biquads by stacking them, so that you would have a like a steep filter, because I'm pretty sure that's also part of the sound. And you'd be able to throw on like a steepening effect on a mid-range peak or whatever. Like, you'd be able to peak the mids and sweep it around. You'd have these shelves. The shelves would probably, I'm not positive about this, but I feel like that's part of what made the SSL be what it was. I think they just ended up using more circuitry to do things like steeper filters so that you could EQ more aggressively. And as such, using more your generic DAW calculations, I wouldn't be using linear phase because that's not consistent with what analog devices do, but I would probably be interested in stacking up biquads so that I could get really steep crossovers for the bits of these filters. But part of what makes the SSL what it is the ability to adjust all of the, like Helios, you had some crossovers and you just switched them. The Quad 8, you had crossovers, they were not very steep, and you kind of switched them. I designed these around kind of optimizing for what those consoles were like, because it wasn't really a thing where you went, okay, let's tune the crossover for where the treble meets the highs to exactly this point, and then drop this and boost that and stuff. It was very broadly based, very broad stroke EQ. Same for the red. That's very broadly based. Some of them are very primitive, like you're talking in some cases like leaning towards Baxendal filters. and the SSL, even the 4000, but certainly the 9000 as well. I'm pretty sure they're just using a lot more processing to steepen those curves. API led the way in that. Putting more in there so that you can steepen the curves and control the sound more accurately. Be able to take your brightness control and just whack everything else. And you can't really do that with simple circuitry. There's no good way of doing it. So one of the side effects and why SSL doesn't show up on my list is it's already too much like a DAW. It's doing too much and losing too much. SSL sound is kind of shallow compared to your classical consoles. Like, you're not going to get the sound of even you're not even going to get a Trident A range sound out of an SSL, much less a Quad 8 sound out of an SSL, much less a classic Neve sound out of an SSL. It can do more, but there's a price to that. Sweeter Than Anything is absolutely correct as far as that. So you can tack channel in anywhere, and you don't have to use channel on anything. It doesn't necessarily make it better. And Mel, you're actually correct there too, in that yeah, if you use too much channel line, it will sound loud and saturated, but kind of harmful. Too loud and saturated counts as kind of harmful, even if you do it in a very clean and nice way. RD, huh? What was that? Oh, yeah, the console red. That's going to be interesting because I have an idea in mind as far as that's concerned. I can probably flip around what I ended up doing in the red console would act like the inverse of the Quad 8 in a certain way. In that, what I can do is do a subtype calculation on the channels in a console RD channel, and that cuts bass going in to the system, and then apply exactly the same calculation post summing on the bus channel, and that would be bass thickness and a certain kind of darkness, and it would be expanding the bass of the summing in an interesting way. And that's probably going to get me, comparing it to the Quad 8 version, which is not to say I didn't do that the same thing. I don't think I did. No, I think on the Quad 8 I did, in fact, do that, which is I had the expander thing, which is cutting the extreme subs coming off of the Quad 8 emulation, much like in... So the way Subtype has been applying to things is this. In both console MC and console LA, there is a Subtype playing the role of a high pass very subtly on the output. And what that's doing is it's not only cutting the extreme lows for the entire system, because analog consoles are high-passy. They do not have the ability to put out DC if DC sneaks into one of the channels. They're going through a lot of circuitry, and so the end result is that you don't really get subs out of these systems. They're electrical devices that have multiple gain stages, and they have to be connected together with transformers and capacitors, neither of which pass DC. So that's what you get. In particular, your old EMI Red probably has some transformer coupling in it as well, and so that does cut back the ability for the extreme subs to get through. So everything, all the actual console hardware emulations that I've done so far, use Subtype on the end, on the bus plugin. The difference is, on console MC, it also uses Subtype on the channel plugin. It's using it twice. No, it will not be out this week. No. However, console LA applies the inverse subtype calculation on the channel plugin. It's bass boosting the channel in order to compensate for the output. And they should like reverse each other, and they basically do to the point where it's nice and clean, but it is also doing the expansion effect on the audio. It's allowing more extreme lows to come through, but in a certain kind of way. That also means that doing it before the console chip channel saturation mode means that as those low frequencies expand more and more, they saturate easier, and that's very relevant to what it sounds like is happening on a Quad 8 on a big console. Is you just can't do infinite DC bass. They run out of juice. They can't do it. They don't have enough energy and power to do that. I'm just reading chat a little bit. Yeah, the whole thing that I'm trying to do with lettered analog console stages is make it so that this stuff kind of does itself, and you don't have to distract yourself with going, how many more analog stages do I need to add to this? Because people are going nuts with that stuff and losing track of what music actually is. Ideally, I'm making it in such a way that you can pick a particular console whose sounds you like best, and then use that, and stuff just falls into place and acts correctly based on the sound that you're trying to make. One reason that this works well with those is I'm referring to vinyl record audio for my target. And what that means is the high frequencies are aggressively limited as far as what you can put out for a variety of reasons. One of them is that if you recorded and listened to the raw output of a cartridge, it would be rather bright. If you mixed a commercial song and used Air 2 a lot and was told your mix is too bright, it probably is. I mean, who is to go with the customer? You got to go with what the person whose song it is hearing. Does not matter what the song's made with Quad 8 being very bright, or maybe you're listening off of Spotify or something. You can't trust. Put it this way. If you listen to songs made with Quad 8 off of the original vinyl, maybe you have a chance of getting a decent reference. If you listen to what people have remastered them, forget it. Forget it. Because all that's happened there is people have used the abilities of those old mixes to really be extended and to really sound good. And then every step of the way it gets remastered to be louder and brighter and louder and brighter. So yeah, if they say that your mix is too bright, I'm sure it is. Go with what the customer says. Yeah. Gotta throw extra logs on the fire. So yeah. But the thing that we're looking at today, apart from talking about, because what got me onto that is realizing that I'm going to need to follow up all of those existing vintage console versions. And those address the challenges of making audio sound like a live band by applying a lot of band limiting. They're cutting off the extreme lows because the machines couldn't do it. They're cutting off the extreme highs. I was just talking about vinyl records. If you listen to the groove of a vinyl record, well, there you go. Horses for courses, man. People need to work with the sounds that they find inspiring. But if you listened to audio from, let's go and find a suitable, yeah, there, more triangles. Off of a vinyl record, you would hear it as extremely bright, and that's because all vinyl records are made with the RIAA equalization curve. It's kind of like what console does, it's kind of like what Dolby does. It is hyping up the brightness going on to the vinyl. You play it back and then filter it, and then you get the original sound back out. What that means is that the high frequency peak that you get off of a vinyl record is way, way less than low frequency peaks because it must go through that filtering stage. And these are all reasons why classic audio is able to convincingly do a distant, big, loud-sounding thing, because it's addressing the way that, from a distance, a space shuttle turns into this. A blast of white noise, right up where the rocket engine is a blast of white noise. I don't know if it's necessarily even pink noise. I think it might actually be legit white noise just because of the amount of energy going out. And then as it comes across miles and miles of air, it turns into this. And these are the alterations in sound that exist in all air everywhere. And in particular, as we're dealing with high sound pressure levels. So, put it this way. We got all this kind of stuff going on. Here's a beautiful example of that shape. That is apparently what happens. And this is a fairly high, this is 44.1K, so each dot is a sample. So this is a pretty high frequency crackle right here. Like 44.1K, that's a high frequency spike right there. It's going to come across kind of like this. And if we listen to this section of audio, here's what you got. So that maybe doesn't sound much, especially a bit like this. Doesn't sound like thunder anymore, does it? Because these little noises here, that little spike there, these two very similar spikes here. Or this section here. It stops even sounding like rumble anymore. Yeah, I would say, Mel, one thing to bear in mind as far as doing mixing and stuff like that, when you identify a new thing that you can do, the normal musician thing to do is to try to do lots of it. That's fair? It's like, all of a sudden I can put all of this air and life in. Let's put all the air and life ever is always the temptation. And this has always been true. For instance, I'm reminded of Steve Howe acquiring a Gibson E345 going into Close to the Edge. And all of a sudden, all the guitar sounds on that album have the Gibson Veritone on them, which I use as a Delisle Pentatone. And it's that notch filter that you can put in, particularly on stuff like Siberian Kotru. But I think all over it's like, yep, we can do this. Now we're going to do this in everything. This is the new hotness. And yeah, you mentioned using air too. You might have decided like, oh, listen to this. I can do this particular kind of brightness and it's extra awesome. Therefore, everything has to have lots of extra brightness and make sure that you notice it. And the trick to deal with, as far as dealing with things like that, and it's hard to remember, is if you were doing mixing, you want to, like, put it this way, mix like Heinz ketchup. Heinz ketchup is a special sort of foodstuff. It exists in a world where there's a million billion different kinds of mustard. There's like lots of different mayonnaise, so on and so forth. All different kinds of things which accentuate a particular flavor. You got all kinds of barbecue sauce. Nothing really predominates. However, as far as ketchup is concerned, there's a supermarket aisle full of 27 different variations on literal Heinz ketchup in different sizes of bottles. And maybe a couple of little tweaks, but it's never going to be the little tweaks that people buy. It's just there because they own that market space, and there are very few other options. And that is because, and it's not Hell's Kitchen, believe it or not, it would be Malcolm Gladwell books talking about this and referring to, and as always, Malcolm Gladwell writes everything by exaggerating it. So this is to some extent an exaggeration, but the concept holds. It is very difficult to do a form of tomato ketchup specifically and compete with Heinz. And the reason is that Heinz is very well balanced, and that's why it's such an appealing condiment. It's got a bunch of salt, but you don't taste the salt. It's got a bunch of sugar. You don't taste the sugar. It's bitter because of the tomatoes, but it doesn't taste like bitter. It's sour, but it doesn't taste like sour. It's got umami. It's got pretty much equal balanced amounts of literally everything. So if you taste Heinz ketchup, it doesn't taste salty, but that is a very powerful component of it. Mixing works the same way. You should have a mix where the brightness, fair. Well, I mean, it's one of the most powerful elements. It's what's balancing out the salt and the bitter. And naturally, you'd be tasting a bunch of sugar. But yeah, whatever you do in mixing, you should be able to accentuate stuff only to the point where you notice enough of it. And that applies in mixing as much as it applies in cooking. And that's where you might have stumbled, Mel, is in deciding that the thing that you heard didn't have enough brightness, and so you had to add a bunch of brightness, and then the people got upset and hated it because they were doing it the way they wanted already. Often that's the challenge. Like if you're trying to mix to beat a demo, they made the demo as good as they could, and it's a picture of what they wanted, and then they go do better, but what they really mean is more like this. That's the trick. How this applies to working on new versions of console is I'm still very interested in pursuing the new versions of console, and I'm going to. I've got them all planned out. And yet when I started hearing what the new Air 3 could do, the way that it could just wipe everything and leave only the highs and then against this flat surface of everything else. And specifically, you might remember when we did this on stream last time, and I was making the Kalman filter and struggling through a whole bunch of weird behaviors that it had. Like it wasn't behaving itself very well. And when I finally started to get it to work and dialed it down to extreme deep bass and played it on a drum recording, and all of a sudden it turned the recording into a kick mic. It was a kick mic that had nothing but the thump, like a Yamaha subkick or whatever, which didn't exist. That wasn't part of the original recording. But for all the world, it sounded like it turned everything into a literal kick mic that was a very good kick mic. And it was much closer. And it was much bassier, but it retained sort of the shape of the thump. Like the attack was still there. The hit was very much present, but it was like your velvet-covered fist, muffled, and without being blurred and softened. And there was no overhang. It was a fantastic kick mic sound. And that had me thinking, what would that describe as a lettered console version? Like, whose big console back in the day had a low end that sounded like that? And the answer was none of them. What I'm doing with stuff like Pear Filter gets me to what the classic consoles, EQs and things sounded like. But kind of like, and a subtype helps me shape how the action of the console works, but the Kalman filter gave me something else. I could almost describe it as like an AI bass, which it's not, but it might be amusing to describe it that way, because that capacity to isolate only the impact of the kick. It might also do interesting things on voices, like start pulling out only pops. Being able to do that in that particularly refined way where it's just transformative, but also in phase in such a way that it could be subtractive, could give me a console version where I can include things like frequency, band, trim, adjust, so on, but get to something where it's no longer trying to be a vintage sound imitation, even a very good one, and rather become a sort of imagination transformation, where you're adjusting the lows in line with, do I feel like the impact of specifically that kick needs to step forwards and become more palpable in a way where no other change is really going to be noticed? Does the clarification of the highs, I was almost more interested in what you could do with Air, cutting it than boosting it. Boosting it is always interesting, but what I wanted from cutting Air 3 is heightening those upper mid-range frequencies to make it sound like the noise that I was making and recording was super loud and at more of a distance. Rather than have the sound be intensified by making it more like the person's yelling right in your ear, what if you could go with the classic albums recording techniques, run through all of the analog mixing on tape and then mastered to record and so on, Your Led Zeppelin with Robert Plant like screaming like a madman, and the intensity of like, wow, listen to him go off there somewhere, but it sounds like he's ripping his throat out completely and just belting. Something like, Kashmir, for instance, where you've got, on the one hand, the drums sound like Bonham is obliterating them, just huge. Or when the levee breaks, no highs in there. That's not a bright supersonic sound at all. But it's bombastic and huge. And it's being done by different kinds of compression. It's being done by different kinds of filtering. As far as Air 3 is concerned, what if you could take, like, belting really loudly into a mic, which I've got reference examples of that, and record it, then take that airband and rather than like pushing it so that it feels like the belting vocalist is closer, pull it back so that it feels like a person's presence at a distance of like maybe 4 feet, 5 feet, or whatever. Identify where it feels like that person physically is. Use the Air 3 to dial back the highs to where those highs also feel like they're 4 foot away or 5 foot away, in such a way that it locks in the physical presence of that person and their identity, their physicality, and stuff like that. Like if you have a drum recording, and the drum recording like I had in a previous window, which I can get through. If you had a drum recording, it does not record like you hear it if you're sitting in front of it. And instead you got something like this. And then if you were recording it, you get what the microphone hears, and the microphone doesn't do the same thing your ear does, and so that's why we compress. And the track that you're hearing is in fact already compressed, which is part of why it sounds the way that it does, but it's not as far as it could be for getting it to work in that way. So then what if you can take the highs and step them backwards until rather than being like this far, it sounds more like the drums are 10 foot away, but large and huge and as loud as if you were physically sitting there. Doing a version of console that gives you more power to dial in stuff like that and produce audio that registers like the actual presence of stuff. Similarly to when, like back, I've got a record that I need to study, and I picked it up a couple of weeks ago. It's an old Chuck Berry record. And it's off of the Chess label and mono and all that. And this is before they recorded things in the way that we experience. So it's extremely mid-rangey and stuff, but it's also going to be along the lines of putting up a microphone, and then you've got the band, and they're used to doing like jazz recordings, which is not to, I mean, look at, say, Count Basie or something. Not in terms of bass, I mean literally the big band guy, Count Basie. Any of those guys. Look at a symphony orchestra. You've got a sound where at the time that these things were being, I should really go and dig up my Count Basie record and record that. I think I even have it in the, give me a second. Should be. B-52s, Barrett, boom. Vinyl record, Count Basie. Always sounds best on Columbia phonographs, which looked like this back in the day. I'm pretty sure it's a mono, although I'm not positive. CL997. It's what they called a 6 eyes Columbia pressing. No mention of mono or stereo, but it does say it's non-breakable. That is because it is a vinyl record rather than shellac. It's not a 78, in other words. And there you go. And this would have been recorded with a mic. You wouldn't believe what I have next to it. Beastie Boys, Paul's Boutique. I ran across that in a record store and I was like, okay, mine. I'm taking that now. It was expensive. Say, vinyl Beastie Boys, Paul's Boutique record. If I am going to do a version of sampler audio, I'm going to capture that and use that as my reference for people who are looking for sampler plugins, but what they're really looking for is a recording chain that has a certain effect. And the trick is when you have like Count Basie and whatever, you've got individual recordings like our drums here. That's already compressed, otherwise it would sound different. I might even have in my open recent, oh no, perhaps not. Well, that don't matter, I can get what I'm looking for. Yeah, like so I played that. But this is what the same drum kit, but mic'd up top instead of in front, can sound like without compression. That's not at all what it feels like in the room. And that's because the microphone is capturing all of the peaks without compressing them, whereas your ear does compress them. So if we were to apply something that acted like the Heritage Audio successor, we'd be going for something like, what the hell was the name of my... Not a version of pressure, it was a version of pop. There we go. And that's on the bright side, but that feels more like being in the room with drums than this. And if the drummer is really, really, really loud, it can sound even more squished. And that's compression. That's just... And then it sounds just like being incredibly, incredibly loud. Microphone hears this, and your ears hear this. And the trick is to be able to get it so that the ear is producing what the microphone is producing and being shaped into what the ear is expecting to hear. And here's part of the trick. Here's part of the secret. is turning rumble. And again, this is still 6 miles away. So what we're dealing with here is an exaggeration of the discontinuities of the pressure wave. This rumble is 6 miles away, and it's what you get with thunder. It's what you get when the incredibly loud sound is being dulled back down again. And you see, we have the hints of the shape that we started to see. The shape that was going on having to do with our document here, saying that the velocity of air is a function of pressure. It goes faster at higher pressures. Now, pressure is one directional, so this is not a symmetrical transform. That's why it's doing this particular shape. What's happening as the pressure, which is presumably this side of the wave, because we can tell, because if a sound is going faster, it's going to go this direction as the sound goes this direction. If the sound was going slower, it would go this direction. We're probably talking about a bidirectional transform here, in that regular pressure is here. As we stretch out the sound to become a vacuum, that means that the velocity of sound will slow down. So it does go both ways, and that's useful to know. That said, it's not really doing it to the point where it's making it's interesting to me looking at this and thinking about how it works. Again, this is 6 miles away, and we're starting to see that triangular shape. In particular, this is supposed to be a big rounded wave, and bits of it, it's all kind of making the shapes, but the loudest bits, like here we've got stuff that looks rounder. This is not the highest pressure area, although the sound is still going to be affected by this. Here we have something of a high pressure area, but there's higher frequency stuff in there. And then here we start to see one of those big spikes. These are the big changes in pressure, and it starts to form that shape. We can see how we've got the big swoop up here, big swoop down there. It's a triangular kind of shape. And then this spike, you can see how it's getting stretched in this direction, and it wants to form that little notch going up to this point and not being able to get all the way there. It doesn't able to go all the way up to negative again. And this is the same shape that we see in exaggerated form later. So the conclusion of the thought, and I have written this down as a note, for the post-lettered console version of the consoles, I don't know whether it'd be called, I've already got a console 0, so it could go to console 9 or a console X or just whatever else. Maybe that could be a good blend between lettered console and the numbered ones that aren't designed to emulate anything in particular. Console X could be the version that has the quote-unquote AI style filtering. In other words, you can extract only the kick drum, and that's your bass. And when you adjust that, it does this very sculpted version of bringing out only that aspect of it without messing with the rest of the sound or taking it away again. Same for the highs. Air 3 does not bring back in the stuff that's being filtered out in the way that the proper Kalman filter does, but it could be worth more experimenting. Make one that does have quote-unquote AI in the sense of it is trying to be predictive. Air 3 isn't doing that, at least not yet, but Kalman does, and that's why it does the weird thing that it does with kick drums. And then design it in such a way, I'm constantly having to go and throw more wood on my fire. This is ridiculous. Designing it in such a way that it's got EQs, but they are designed to be approached in a certain way. It's not designed to be like, here's my resonant bass sound, which is all the bass noises smooshed into a toothpaste tube of bass. Or here's the high frequency glittery stuff that is the highs because I like presence. So the high frequencies have to always sparkle as their own separate sound. It's like, nope, I'm going to do one where it's very different. Hey, Lucas Hippo. And as such, it's probably going to be another 3-stager because the idea is to have upfront stage, mid-range stage, and deep background stage, which also are associated with EQs. We're looking at Thunder, except for it's a Starship launch. So that would make it a console version, which I could probably continue with the ultrasonic filtering that the other console versions are using, because that seemed to be working pretty well as just across the entire mix approach, as long as you did all the bits correctly. I'm not positive, but I can run some more experiments and see if I'm still satisfied with all of that. And then produce a version which, rather than simply mimicking the sound of classic albums, which is cool in its own right, does the thing where, like when, to talk of classic albums, Peter Gabriel started working with stuff like drums recorded in a stone room and the famous talkback mic compression trick that he did, and taking bright noises and hyping the treble out on them like crazy in order to compose music that was just using sound in particular ways. But instead of doing it the way that anybody can in a DAW to produce very hyperpop, like DAW-like results where you're just combining different sounds of different frequencies and no thought is given to how they meld together. You design the whole thing to act like a experience in physical air. And that's where we're looking at this stuff. Because there is the beginnings of our waveform that is a thundery noise, like this, 6 miles away. And then as it gets higher up into the air, that's literally being recorded from the YouTuber that did it. That's what it sounds like in the world. Except for it sounded different to them because they were listening to it using ears. So what it sounded like to them was more like this. Because compression. It's a little bit like listening to fireworks, honestly. The popping and cracking sounds like how fireworks are recorded when you go and film them. And then you compress them. And they do this crackly thing. But the bass noises turns into this. Here's the thing. This is exactly what we're paying attention to right now. I wanted to do this using a space shuttle launch recording that I had from Bobcats, and I've still got the CD, and it won't play back anymore. So I went and I got this off of the internet, and again, here's the people being excited to see the rocket launch. Here's the rocket launch beginning to launch, and it's 6 miles away. So they've seen the flames, and here's where they get the audio hitting them. And here it's getting louder. And then it's going up into the air. And it starts transforming into that noise. This is enough air that you can kind of hear the effect starting to happen. And to the side, you see the explanation of what's happening. And then as you continue to go, you ask, why is the crackling so clear so far away? And the answer is literally right here on the screen. Let's go as far to the end as we can get. Here's the last one. There's 2 of them, in fact. And here is the shape. This is at 44.1K. That means this is a far treble effect. It's happening very loudly. But what's happening here is we have an effect of physical air that is causing this shape to happen. You can see it there. There's some more thunder crackle. We can see it here and here. Zoom in on this stuff, we can see the individual samples. This document is something that somebody wrote me 20 years ago, talking about a study that they did 30 years before that. So the information of what's being talked about here is a guy's engineering final year thesis from 50 years ago. And I was asking publicly on, I don't know, probably Usenet, what is up with how air is so nonlinear? What can you do with making audio better through more accurately mimicking what the nonlinearity of air is about? And here's what this fellow says, is the velocity of sound in air is a function of pressure. It goes faster at higher pressures. That causes this out of low frequency rumble, if it's loud enough. This is basically it. People don't really talk about this very much. I mean, it's been studied. Guy did a final year thesis on this subject. Nobody seems terribly interested. I've not seen lots. I see plenty of talk about, like, how do I make this sound like my Pultec EQ by mimicking samples of Pultec EQs. But I haven't seen this talked about or studied very much. And yet, what we've got here, a literal Starship launch, as in, you know, SpaceX's big rockets taking off. And I guess one of the special things about that is that, unlike the space shuttle, the Starship is bigger and heavier. So it made a louder noise. And because it made a louder noise, what would have been just little faint crackles from the original space shuttle taking off turned into this and this. And again, 44.1K. So these are individual samples at 44.1K. This is treble. By now, it's treble. And high frequency noises. Transformed out of rumble. Because the initial sound was thunder. The initial sound was a rocket taking off. It doesn't make high frequency noises all by itself, other than just the blast of white noise. Distance turns it into rumble, but distance also turns it into this. And this is the shape we're studying today. We're going to take thunder and bassy rumble and find a way to, perhaps repeatedly process it until it makes these shapes out of itself. Oh yeah. Here's the note that this would create. If we go a little ways farther, here's another note that this would create. Sweeter than everything? I'm sure you're right, yes. See, there's a downside to trusting these techie people a little bit too much. That is a legitimate criticism. And here is the note even deeper. Takes that many cycles to get down into low frequencies. We can go a little higher. That's actually a pretty neat sound. I've seen similar representations of that in an unusual place. I don't think I saved a copy of it on my desktop. I was looking in my old... hang on. Now I'm curious, so... it's time to do a couple of things. One of them is stoke my fireplace and make another cup of coffee. So we're going to pause for a moment. But I'm also going to dig through some of my stuff for something that I had. So yeah, bear with me here. Well, what I'm doing there is looking through information that I've got, old stuff that I had. This might not even be the correct place. I wonder if I can do a spotlight search. Not here. Okay, so never mind with that. But that said, I do have some information. Give me here. I'm very curious about this now. So what I want to do is maybe put together some things that have no business being together. Oh, apparently I can't spotlight search. Oh no, it got there. Oh no, it didn't. Bear with me, I'm fussing around doing a bunch of different things, but it's for a good reason. I'm looking for a thing which said oldest computer, in hopes of finding a particular reference, and then I'll go and top up the wood stove and do all this other stuff. I think it was here that I found it. Oldest media, definitely not. Nor is it Real Basic Projects, though that's back in the day. I have the Bobcats job I mentioned, but it doesn't come with the space shuttle launches. But that said, we found the information that I need is here, so I don't actually need to go and find that other stuff. So maybe not in oldest computer. What I'm looking for is a particular study that I downloaded and kept, but I can't find it now. This study had to do with modeling the Roland supersaw. And there was a little study, it was a little research paper somebody did. It was mostly about making a supersaw by picking the right frequencies to use for splitting the saw up, because they weren't evenly spaced. However, there was something else to it, and that's what I'm trying to find right now. So you're going to have to bear with me because I'm too interested in what this could mean. I don't suppose it's in notes. Could be. I could always try to literally go and find it on the web. How about that? We're going to do whatever is necessary to pursue these ideas, as ain't nobody else going to do them for me. I would have found this on the internet, so here's a PDF, there's a PDF, there's another PDF. These look to be the same thing, so let's see whether this is the one. I think this might be the one. I remember it was translated. This looks about right. So remember this shape. As we look at this research paper. This is the Roland supersaw. It is entirely synthetic. Target group. Who should be paying attention to this? Man, am I going to have to throw a log on my fire. It's just dying away completely, but right now I want to get to the point. Here's the detune information. So you can construct a supersaw doing this. But there wasn't just only that. They were interested in how this is the one I was looking for. Now the next part becomes the mix function and what actual waveform they got. Because they also investigated what the actual wave was. See? Shape, sawtooth shape. Look at that. I don't know how they're making it. Isn't that interesting? These are unrelated, separate things. You think maybe that might have something to do with why people are so interested in Supersaw? So here's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to capture that image. I'm going to drag that image to an SD card. I'm going to drag it in here. Copy it off. Put the SD card away again. And I'm going to leave this sitting here. Hang on just a moment. This is what I was doing. And this is what Daddy does for work. Now, get a load of that. AirDSP, the very, very end of a Starship launch that we heard before. Oscillator from Supersaw. Isn't that interesting? I'll leave you with that while I go and make another cup of coffee and put wood on my fire. We are, dare I say, doing God's work to the extent that God is the harmoniousness of things coming into focus and understanding being reached. I would not object to that characterization. If there is God stuff, this would be it. It's not me doing it. I'm just observing it. Get a load of that. And you 6 folks who are here watching this might be with me as the first person to see those things juxtaposed. Makes you think about how popular the Roland Supersaw is and why people might like it. Why people might like certain synths and things rather than others? Hey. Fire's going, and I've got my cup of espresso, so we are ready to resume. And yeah, that is, whoa is very much my reaction as well. I'll tell you another thing. I now want to take that and build it into my modular synth. Or, rather than that, why not take the actual Thunder and build that into my modular synth? Because I've got radio music chord organ oscillators, and although they have some standard waves, they've also got waves that are lookups of wavetables. And so all I'd really have to do is assign these waves to the correct wavetable, work out what the numbers are supposed to be, scale them, and it's like 256 cycles. I'd be willing to do that. That would be worth it. And take this part of the cycle and build an oscillator out of the chord organs where I could have chords and basses and things playing using this. Oh, we lost our speakers. Let's put them back. I think that would be a good basic oscillator tone for filtering and doing stuff with. And it's based on nature. That should be good. So I'm quite looking forward to that. Do a nature-based thing, which is I'm just like, how'd they even get to this, though? How'd Roland even get to this? I get that it works, but when they made that, there was no Starship takeoff to be investigated in. So what gave them the idea to do this? It's very similar to what reality is capable of doing. Technically, I'd be wanting to smooth out some of the wave, although it's not hurting anything having it be a little bit more unusual. But, Roland did this practically before anything was blasting off into space at all. It's mysterious. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to ask the people at Roland, like, okay, who came up with this? Why does it do what it does? Why did you choose to make it do this? Because, boy, it lines up with the thing in reality real good. Are they just taking a slope that's doing this particular form of oscillating and slowing it? Because that's what's starting off here. If we kept this same rate, it would be going up and down several times. But it's starting off fast, and then it keeps progressively slowing and slowing until it gets here. Whereas nature is doing it because of a pressure discontinuity. We'll tuck that aside. And we'll tuck this aside a little bit too, because I tell you what, as much as we can do these, and indeed make them into waveforms like this, and that's very cool. They become increasingly intensified the farther you go. Well, that's actually not a very good one, but this might be a good one. Oh, yeah. Here's another wave. So you could take that and filter it and get a nice sort of vaguely, it's not, I can't really call that a sawtooth. It's not even remotely a sawtooth anymore, but it has some elements of that. And yeah, converting my most extreme examples of these into sets of data that I can plug into the chord organ and make my selectable wavetable lookups. That would be cool. I mean, the question is whether it's a full wave or whether that even matters. I mean, you could take something like that. That's clearly more than a full wave, but it's got a real vibe to it. We can even be silly and do fun things with it, like it's not all that great running on such a tiny buffer. I feel like it's doing something a little weird. But yeah, filter it. Get a bass out of that. It's 11 in the morning. And we are a little ways past beginning. Let me see. Couple hours in, now we know what we're going to try to make happen. Over to coding. If we can be so bold. Discontinuity. It's a weird enough name. Kind of covers the fact that this doesn't make a lot of sense to people. Yeah, that, sweeter than anything, sounds like something that you would do with a modular system. Yeah. Adding negative dips in the input waveform, you're talking about mixing in an oscillator. Your negative dips will be like a softened pulse wave, like run a pulse wave that only goes negative through some kind of filter, and then literally blend that in, and that's all that you really have in the input waveform. Now, if you want it to be synchronized to whatever your other thing is, that's another story. But what you're talking about is add another oscillator. The inserting, blending them together means mixing. So you're adding another oscillator. Let's see. Do we have anything that's even close to being named disk? Distortion, distance, dirt. We got a lot of dist, but I don't think any of them are named disk. Do they mean? Well, let's just check and make sure this isn't named disk. Nope. DMDK. And distance 2, its ID is disu. So dist to disu. So what we're going to be talking about is some things. Starting first with that. And we're going to try to mimic this pressure discontinuity. And we want to do the thing that's being described, and let's set out to do it as a multi-stage process, in case that helps any. Yeah, I think I have a Dofer model to do that thing, sweeter than anything. Yeah, phase locked loop. Dope for A196 phase locked loop. Let's open up one of these big fellows, and this is also an interesting thing because I'm running into some issues with some of these reverbs, and there's a couple of people having a look at it to see whether they or we or whoever can straighten out what's going on. We've got pre-delays and things, and this stuff, and some of it may be not working properly, so I'm curious as to what's going on there. That said, let's start by taking some pieces of this. And we're also going to want our Z count. First thing we're going to do is make us a delay, because the discontinuity is going to wander around based on what's happening. And it's a time delay effect, because like the original thing said, it's changing the speed of sound. If the speed of sound is changing, then stuff is moving backwards or forwards in time, because the sound is propagating across miles of space. So if the speed of sound is changing, you get the idea. Presumably you get the idea. We want one instance of our count z. We don't want a breakpoint. I misclicked. And then we want our... So if this is the bit, this shouldn't be the bit that's not working. I honestly don't see how it would be. This is the same pattern, and there ain't nothing that should be making a problem with it. But there you go. This is why this job is sometimes awkward and tricky. It's because stuff can happen where it doesn't make any sense that it would be failing to work. And yet. So there's that stuff. We're not doing this. We've got all our controls. This doesn't have this part engaged yet, but this is the bit that it's going to need. Let's take these things out of our template. Gotta fix that one of these days. To fix it, I would have to go find it. And now we need this control, which I don't think I put in. There. So we'll have a gain, we have a working dry wet control, and we have our delay. The velocity of sound in air is a function of pressure. It goes faster at higher pressures, and there are ways of dealing with this. As usual, we can't build it the first time. But it should work the second time. Isn't it nice to have no issues? How many of us get to claim that ever? Not many. Component. So we've also got a pre-delay. I do not know to what extent this is going to relate, but let's go and find something to use. I always favor this, but it sure takes a long time to warm up. Oh, look, it's Gregg Bissonette. And Airwindows discontinuity. So we should have a double. Unless maybe we're not working properly. Well, this part's working. And that part's working. So is it simply that we don't have enough of a delay? I want to hear the slapback in there. And confirm that I have a functioning delay that works by doing that. So let's give it a try. That's not going to be enough, so let's make it a bigger delay. Only then will it work. So having done this, and we're going to patiently wait through, it probably would be more obvious if I wasn't doing a 96K. I am though, so whatever. And we'll patiently let the poor thing load its entire file. He says as he doesn't patiently let it load its entire file. But there it goes. And this should still be working. At some point I should be getting either a slapback or a flange. And I'm not hearing it, so I apparently have some kind of problem going on. We've done pretty well so far at observing some of these things, but now it becomes coding time, and so maybe there's my problem. Oh, I see what happened. See this? We're setting everything to 0 by mistake. Goodbye. I gave it a number and then immediately took it back away again. Sorry. There's your problem. It was a very simple problem. Now, bored of that, but not so bored that I'm not willing to listen to it again. I should really save a little snippet of this in a very similar name so that I can click on that and not have to sit here waiting for the whole thing to load up every time. I mean, I like it for, okay, how about Rise Original Drums Gregg Bissonette version, and I'll save only just this clip. That would be funny as anything. But then people would start thinking it really was, so that's no good. And now it'll do the thing. And it should be in phase, probably. And there's our delay. So what shall we do next? Let's include the thing that I was talking about. Or maybe just dial it back to 8. Not that I need that many. See what I'm doing? We got arrays of arrays. If I look a little grim, it's because I'm concentrating. Same basic topology here, but now we got to do this. And now that we've done that, now that looks a little more sensible. That's how we normally orient these things. That's a little more like how one normally codes this stuff. Because they have too much going on to stack it up that way. Let's just copy that stuff from what we just wrote. We know that that was right. And we'll dial it back maybe a little bit. Maybe not. And everything in here gets in, well, that wasn't correct at all. It's indented. Ooh, slow down. Count would also need to be... This should be in here. Derps all over the place. What shall we do? Let's not even bother with that bit. Let's assume we're going to include wet in here. Let's assume we're going to include dry sample like this. And make a little more space inside this so that I can know what the heck I'm doing. That didn't make any sense at all. Why is it doing this thing? You should be stepped over here. There we go. So now each time we go through, I have to add this. By this I mean, boop. No. Yes. separate sets of everything. Yes, copy. Too many things floating around in my head, making it not possible for me to do stuff. I stop being able to function. My brain doesn't work. And then we move this outside of this section. Oh, no, wait, we can't, can we? Dang it. But if we only want to fire that one time, we can do this. See, it's 0 then. Then we do that. Now we've got this. So only on the first go through does it increment count. But on every go through, it applies a delay and it applies a dry wet. Let us now see what we have. Because I have a nefarious scheme in mind of weird, wicked, evil things to do. And we haven't yet begun to do them. But we're moving in that direction. We're moving in that direction. We haven't even started doing the thing I was talking about. Doing something else. Why is preview still open? Now, if we fire this off, we get this. Before 23 depends. So that might not seem like much. I do know that the wet dry doesn't do anything useful, but we're not done. Let's abandon that part. I thought I was going to make just a series of echoes. That's not going to happen. However, kind of sort through this nonsense. That's stacking it. So logically, since we are stacking it 8 times, we could stack it more times than that. Or we could just stack it the 8 times. Slider 3 is now this times 8. And now we're counting up to slider 3 instead. Should still work. We should not be stepping up count Z every time because we're having independent buffers. Oh, hang on. I see a thing that happened. Yeah, we really need to have count Z also be a buffer while we're at it. We don't get to use just the one. Okay, bear with me. We're going and playing with we're playing in traffic again. Shouldn't I be defining this as more than 8? I feel like I should be defining this as more than 8. Usually that's what I do. I want a little space so that the buffers don't smash each other. There we are. And spaced in there. So now that has its own array, and we're going to be needing that because we are no longer only checking to do it only some of the time. We're now doing it all the time. Oops, wrong answer. It's always a little ridiculous how I get into the zone of coding and then I start acting like a goon. Doesn't matter, we'll get there. And all count Z is now count ZX. Good, that's what's supposed to happen. What that means is now they each have independent increments which need to be incremented and are. Now we have a full range. Now if I use the dry wet control I would get 8 echoes, but I'm not even that interested in that part. Only reason I have as many is to exaggerate the effect. Oh, hang on. Where's your problem? Where's your problem, sir? Oh, there's your problem. Missed a bit. See where that looks like it says the thing? Here's what happened. This is a int. But this is an array of ints. And although it says this x here, it needs to say this, which it does everywhere else. It just didn't in this little spot. That's what happened. This should now work. Let's try. Boom. Got there. Got there. Swear to God, I look all grumpy and stuff when I dig into this stuff too hard. Go figure. It's the combination of having some of it be very exciting and inspirational, and some of it being just stupid and frustrating, where I'm tripping over my own faults. That's all it is. Being like, I am reinventing the Roland Supersaw waveform using thunder and spaceships, and then not being able to track array. Anyways, what we should now have is like this. Here's a delay. Here's dry wet. We should have a slapback echo now. Unless if we have absolutely nothing, maybe it's because we haven't engaged any of the delays yet. Now we have a slapback. As we keep increasing this, this should get slower also. And it is. And this is still controlling the overall speed. All the way up to 0. I think we have a 0 delay at the max. That's good. So all that's happening now is we have a delay and we're able to stack them on top of each other. Until now it's 8 delays in a row, all of which are the same size. If we had our dry wet applying internally, we'd be getting additional sounds out of it. But this is fine because so far so good. And if we have it at literally 0, none of the delays engaging. So we need it to start out at least as 1. There's our minimum. So we've got to always have at least 1, but we can have more than 1. So maybe let's fix that while we're at it, as long as we're grappling with this stuff and trying to make it make sense. Slider 3 should never be as small as... It gets to be as large as 8 because we should be able to scale it up to 8, but it should never be as small as 0 because if x is 0 and x is less than int also b and 0, we never see any of this. So therefore the int should start at 1. And have a max of 7 be added to it. And now it will engage at all times. Might as well test it, but I do know that it will work. Can I load a smaller file just to experiment with this? That was quick. The zipper noise is having an effect too, but it is our delay. And we get to have the delay, or the delay times 8. Here's where things start getting more interesting. Our slider 2 is going between 0 and 1. It's altering it by edge pre-delay, and that's potentially a very large delay. However, if rather than doing that, and we're sort of buffer smashing here, which is not necessarily what we're going to want. I'm not confident of that, but I'm not certain that we can't use it either. Like, do you see what I'm going to try to do here? I'm probably going to want to set a fixed buffer and then do something else. So if we are to make this a big buffer and then read from it in a different place, here's how that would look. Add pre-delay equals pre-delay times slider 2. How about instead, it's just this. That guarantees we have maximum buffer size, but then if we want to read from it differently, we want to do something else. We've just set this variable. Oh, you see what's going on here? We're always reading off the wraparound point, and that's not necessarily useful. So let's try doing something different. I'm going to try to figure this out. I mean, I've been coding these things forever, but like I often say, I'm not very smart, so I'm going to try to figure this out. I feel like the thing I'm going to be trying to do is reversing it. If you're following what I'm talking about, we place a memory location and then step beyond it and read from what's behind where we just moved with this wraparound at the size of pre-delay. In fact, I can just straight up take this. Let's assume we're going to just plain use a fixed setting. We can adjust this separately. But here's the thing where if we're going in a certain direction, it does a certain thing, right? So sample here. The entire thing is contained within a larger loop, but this one little bit, this is just a sample. And we're looping it. So for any given point, input sample is this, but here's the offset number we're working with. It's moving ahead each time. It's becoming a larger number each time. But what we're reading from is not the larger number. Or is it? Slow down. Yes, that is in fact literally what we're doing. So anytime this is not actually smashing the buffer, it's 0. So we are stepping ahead. After we're placing a sample, we're stepping ahead and then reading what the previous one was before we place the next sample again. What that means is that we're assuming maximum delay at all times. Like, this little sucker is designed not to be a flange or a chorus or anything like that. We're not designing it to swoop around among anything. We're designing it to always take the longest possible delay at all times because it comes out of reverb units. It comes out of reverbs and pre-delays and things. They're designed to use the maximum delay always. That's not even slightly what we're looking for it to do. So let's go and make a adjustable thingy. Slider 2, let's get param 2 times. Haha, see that? In fact, it can be an int. Now we've got a number that should go up to the maximum possible delay gain, but we're going to do a different thing with it this time. And what we do might be enough to actually break things, but hopefully not. We'll see. It's easy enough to fix. Instead of automatically taking the maximum delay, our output from what this chunk is should do a different kind of sanity check. So here's the deal, right? We keep doing this thing where we are trying to compare it against, did our end result, in this case it's count zx, that we've just incremented or done something with, is it going to be too far? If we've just added it to the point where it's too far, we do this check, see if it's larger than pre-delay. If it's larger than pre-delay, then we subtract. But this assumes that we're just going to use this as it stands. If we instead did this, well, this code now no longer actually counts, but we can change this because now we're subtracting stuff to get to where we want, because the place in the array is moving forward, so if we subtract it, we get increasingly delayed stuff that we just put there. And that's how we get close to a zero delay or something slightly larger. And we're going to be able to intermodulate between those things too, but that's another story that we're going to get to in a minute. And if what we do is less than 0, I think adding pre-delay is going to get us there, but I can find out by a simple method. First, we got to include this stuff. So let's put this back to a double. In fact, let's make a bunch of these things be doubles and ignore some of these. Make them go away. And now I'm going to be dealing with doubles in the end. So that's now a double. That's now the offset of this amount, because we're going to be using this for something. Now, for now, we don't have to worry about it. That's going to be generated out of something else anyway. Suffice to say, right now we've got this being 0 up to a big delay amount, and this is the increment that we use. Then shouldn't really count as wet dry though. And there's another little piece of what we're going to be using in future. Right now, however, we just want to make it do a thing. I struggle so much with some of this stuff sometimes. It's like the figuring out the discontinuity concepts and how that applies to sound and loudness and stuff. That part's easy, this part's hard. Go figure. Also, my fire needs help, so... Let's keep that old fire going. We're not going to freeze up here in Vermont today, by gosh. No, sir. All right. Back to the very primitive and trivial things that I find incredibly difficult in the course towards trying to do something incredibly awesome that nobody else has done. It's always the awesome parts come natural, and the dumb parts I struggle with enormously. But it shouldn't be all that terribly bad, because I've got offint now. We are adding one each time. So we've just placed it, and now we got to subtract the one that we want. And as you can see, we're trying to make it so that if our subtraction makes it go too small and it's no longer part of the array anymore, we wrap around. This could work, and I'm going to find out whether it does or not. And I'll tell you how I'm going to do that after an initial check. I'm going to find out whether it works or not by throwing it on a sine base and seeing if I have nasty little gnarly noises. Because if you remember, in the other one it said pre-delay +1 here. And I don't know whether I need to do that, but I'll find out. I'll save this little bit as Rise Original Gregg. Think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. Everything on the computer is trying to read this bit. Corrupt. There it is. And save. Now it'll open a little faster, and I get to focus on my splendiferous... Oh, I could crop it a little closer, couldn't I? Yeah, I could crop it a little closer. No matter, we'll do it twice. There's a fine place to start. We'll just crop again. And save again. And now it'll open a little quicker, and that'll be nice. Because I keep going back to this because it's a useful sound for me. Even as the little drum fill in the end. And of course, this is the one that got mistaken for Gregg Bissonette, so that part amuses me greatly. And now we go back to discontinuity, and if we're lucky, we have the same kind of behavior, and it doesn't break. But does it break if I do this? No. What if I do this? And there's all of the buffers at once. I'm just going to do a little test on a sine base because that's going to show me whether my things are glitching or not. Nope. That thumping is buffer busting, though. I don't hear a high frequency tiz, so it looks like I nailed it. That is a working delay with a maximum delay time. Got there. Here's where things start getting interesting. First thing we're going to do is start fooling with this in a rather special way. Let's start by doing it crudely. Off int is initially being done as floor offset. Now it's going to be oscillating a whole bunch, and we can define that by another control. In fact, we have offset hovering around, so why don't we just use that? You'll notice we're now frequency modulating, which is exactly what this initial part said. Velocity of sound in air is a function of pressure. It goes faster at higher pressures. That means it will arrive sooner over a large space. So we're going to do something kind of like this, and we're going to assume that we're working between 1 and -1. There will be bad consequences if we fail at this, but that's fine. It's all good. Oh, but we do have one thing we have to do. As you see, input sample L for the samples we're going to be working with, and we'll have to sanity check it later if this works. It's going to be between -1 and 1. So input sample L plus 1 is going to be between 0 and 2. Where? Depends. So we have to multiply it by 0.5 to bring it between 0 and 1. Or rather, we multiply it by 0.5 to bring it between 0 and offset, and that's the key. Don't mind my stomach grumbling. This is hard work. You get hungry. And then we do it for the other channel. And now that we've done this, we have a wildly oscillating behavior that can vary with the number of stages we do. And we're probably going to first look at it with the sines, because this is probably what's going to give us the behavior we were looking for. We'll see. We can put in sanity checks later. For now, I'm going to throw it at some sines and see what we get. Here's some sines. Now this is just modulating the output of a buffer on a sample-by-sample basis, and it's not actually smoothing between the two, which is what comes next for dealing with higher frequency stuff. But on these bass sounds, it should produce an effect. So we're going to hear what that does, and we're going to dial it right back to nothing to start with, and see whether, firstly, it works at all, and secondly, what do we start to hear as we start putting this delay in that's being modulated at the speed that the actual signal is. Well, it's a more interesting wave, that's for sure. It gets louder and more distorted sounding. And it's real frisky with the buffer noise. Oh, Sirius FM. FM. So over to a less grating one, because that's what we can expect. We are modulating over a sine wave in the buffer, but we're doing it very rapidly, and then we're doing it, it's FM of FM of FM. It is a FM patch, which as we do increasing levels of it, it starts to freak out and get more extensive. So if we are to apply that and then close, here's what we see. We're seeing this shape, then this shape, and this shape, and then this shape at one level. That's not really what we're after, but you'll notice that we have some similarities to the behavior. Like, see how this is not unlike the shape of that particular rumble thing that we saw in the rocket takeoff? You had this funny shape, and then here. And in this case, we're just kind of moving the sign around. So if it's a sine, it's going to do a thing. That's largely second harmonic. In fact, we can even undo that and make a quick little effect stack using this effect and then span. And we can physically see, especially if we select just a higher pitch note, we can physically see, if we adjust all of the things and make them be right, here's a bass note, second harmonic, third harmonic, fourth harmonic, and we got a little funny edgy stuff going on, as we can see here. Although it goes away, see, here's the deal. That's happening because we're not interpolating, but we can interpolate. We can also do an additional level, at which point we start getting weirder stuff happening. And that's ceasing to be a simple like we're seeing it revert to the norm, and it's kind of doing its FM thing. But then we can do some other weird stuff as well. It's doing it fairly cleanly, but we're definitely losing the simple harmonic behavior. Yeah, that slow down, Jess, it's not about upsampling. That's not what's causing this. See, the artifacts that we're creating are trying to chase the waveform as it goes. So we probably don't even want two stages of it. We probably want to make this happen with one stage. This, it looks like this. It doesn't look like the thing that we saw. We don't have an ability to take a simple sine wave and make the discontinuity become the sharp edge. Like we see in the waveform, that's what our thunder looked like, but we're not seeing that. We're not seeing that. So the trick is figuring out how to manage this to where it's doing it. And maybe the thing that's going to be a factor here is just a matter of power factor. Because if we assume that the speed of sound increases as a function of pressure, there is limits to how that can apply. Like, we cannot actually reduce pressure below vacuum, but we can increase pressure kind of arbitrarily. So if we work with these sine shapes, then bump them up so that they're going between 1 and, multiplication is commutative, so we don't need to worry about where our 0.5 lives here. However, that's easily enough messed with. Just to kind of underscore the idea that this whole calculation gets divided by, oh wait, slow down, hang on. That's interesting. See what we got? If we move this around a little bit, let's move this around a little bit. Sadly, this is the dumb Chris area rather than the doing brilliant things area, but it still relates. I mean, the waveform, maybe I'm showing the supersaw. We're not even worried about aliasing at this point, but what we are worried about, to the extent that we're worried at all, which we're not, is input sample L plus 1 This chunk is the chunk that goes from 0 to 1, and it's going to favor 0. So we can do it in a number of ways. It all depends upon which way we consider to be important to be closer to 0 and which way we consider to be important to be closer to 1. But there's going to be a nonlinearity, because if the velocity of sound increases at higher pressures, well, there's no real limit to how much you can do that, and the velocity of sound in water is actually really quick. So we may just want to ramp this up like crazy to produce the end result. How far should we take it? And then as long as this ends up being 1, I type ugly sometimes. I'm having to take a crisp approach to it, sorry. Apologies are warranted, but unavoidable. There. So now we have offInt we needn't redeclare it. And this looks very dumb, but hopefully I can make sense of it. I don't believe that will help. I don't believe you can get constants from water, air, and metal and such. It would be all about like, okay, how much do you compress air until it is water? How much do you compress water until it is metal? It's like, how does that even work? I think it gets too complicated that way. So I am less happy with it and not going to be going there. That is a level of complication beyond what I'm willing to do. And yeah, so input sample L should end up being 0 to 1, unless it's not. Then we do the power factor. That makes it nonlinear, favoring closer to 0. Much closer to 0 if we have a high power factor. And then we do our calculation. And all through going and doing it again. Our build succeeded, so we can try to run this on some sine waves and things. And we can just generate a big old sine tone. And there's our big old sine tone. And now if we take this and do our effect stack, and spin. I'm going to turn it down a little bit because it will be loud. That should be nothing. Apply it, we see that we've still got a wacky thing. However, it shows some qualities that feel like they are handy. So let's undo that, and let's start going into just directly playing with it. So that's no good. But if we did this, we start seeing a thing where the sharpening effect is behaving non-linearly, and that's good. We're just not able to do it enough. What would happen if we did it repeatedly? Because we sure do have this dialed in to correctly do the thing. If we had many increments of it. That's a sharp little noise. What made it happen? Hello. Hi. You're backwards, but that's about what we were talking about. Hi there. Look at you. That is a very intense spike in the direction we were talking about with fairly few levels. Yeah, this is hard. This is hard to model. However, one thing I can tell you right now is I see it as upside down. And you know what that means. We flip that around, and in theory, this should make what we were looking for. Maybe. Find out. We got to do our 0 sign, though. And that's this 0 sign represents this sound between compressing air into diamonds and vacuum of space. And we can't do this yet, can we? Gotta undo this. Very good. So now if we do Airwindows discontinuity at the same setting, bingo, ta-da. That is a little pile of craziness that looks very similar to what we want, except for it's not quite right. But I'm liking the similarity to this behavior. It's just sharper. We don't need as much of it. So you know what we do next. We see what it does over a dynamic range with the same setting. There's our wave. There's a discontinuity. As we start increasing in amplitude, looky there. We've got a pressure discontinuity. It is migrating towards being a triangle wave with a pressure discontinuity, just as a plain old sine. And the farther it gets, the more intense this becomes. And it's actually going beyond. But this looks promising. In fact, we could clamp it to here. So now here's another question. If we start with this, then apply our discontinuity, we've got just a tiny little bit of it being applied, but repeated several times. And that was probably an important part. So we had lots of stages. Then what? We've now got 8 stages of this. What will it do? It will do this. Oh, okay, it doesn't like having 8 stages of it, does it? Interesting. There's the thing. So if this needs to run in multiple stages, what would happen if you ran it in multiple stages of a console mix? Where would we get? Because this is making a nice little... We got the pressure discontinuity thing going on. But the more you do it, the subtler it is. But sure do have that pressure discontinuity. And all of this stuff is strictly the fact that we're not interpolating it. That's wild that running more stages of it is reducing its ability to make that really sharp corner. That's interesting. Let's play. So if it removed its ability to do a wild discontinuity, what if we took it all away again? Oh, well then we're not noticing anything at all. It does need to cover a big range. So big range sounds like this. No range. And big effect, and you get this. That's purely FM synthesis. That we have nothing going on but FM synthesis. It's being applied in different places, but it's not forming that discontinuity. That discontinuity is dependent, well, a little bit of a... There's places where it's trying to do the discontinuity, but it needs more than one stage to do it. We can't get there on one stage alone. So let's see. Like that could be a factor of like having an exact number of stages. So back over to here. If we kick in exactly one additional stage, and then make it so that it FMs itself into insanity, now what do we get? Do we get the pressure discontinuity as observed at low amplitudes, and then crazy madness at high amplitudes? Looks a little bit like that answer is going to be a yes. Like we just have too much amplitude here. And so it freaks out and loses its mind. But at the really low amplitudes, we may just see a hint of the initial behavior. And we do, but that's not it. That's not it yet, Chief. See this interesting stuff? There's got to be a way of making it smooth out. Also, it's inverted again, but that could happen. That inversion could be happening. See the spike pointing up now. If I dialed it back again to where this wasn't kicking in, I think the spike would be down. I think every additional stage that I add, the polarity of this will flip. I'm willing to bet that. Let's take this exact same thing and add one more stage, exactly one more stage. Amplitude won't matter because we're ramping up from silence. In fact, we can dial it back a little. That is 3 stages, not 1, not 2, 3 stages exactly. It's being applied over too large of a range, but that should make it kick in. Well, let's see what we get. See, it's going crazy, but you notice how the craziness is all on this too loud area? If we go back to here, there's our pressure discontinuity. It's maybe not quite perfect there, but we're seeing it start to freak out, but we are seeing, and who's to say some of this is not showing up in the space shuttle recordings? The thing is, I'm going to want this stuff to be quieter. And here is the point. Where it's able to ramp up to this spot before these additional things, this additional bumps chip in and start freaking out. So that's interesting. And undo again. Back to our, tell you what, let's fade the fade. Well, no, let's not. Let's not fade the fade. Let's just work with it at quieter levels. So we got this. We can put in a very small amount here, at which point 3 stages does this. So at our amplified levels, we're getting this weird little behavior here, but as we go back to here, it starts to look more like the discontinuity. We're just expecting a certain amount of bump from it. However, this is way more of a spike than we need. See this? We don't need it to spike this sharply. It's spiking in the wrong place, but that's because it's like if we went from here to here, the spike is coming back to silence again. And from there to there, it's spiking up. So now what I'm wondering is if I add one more stage, it's probably going to flip polarity again. So let's go and find where that one more stage will kick in. And we're going to start by making it be very small amounts of applied effect. If I give it one more stage, if I'm not mistaken, that will make the spike come from above. There's my one more stage. There's a sharp little point. And now if we apply this, I stand corrected. It is not making it come from above. What it is doing is getting me a way sharper spike that's able to revert to what's acting like the correct behavior. It's able to come down closer to what I'm going to call DC. Like we're getting this. And as we go beyond, we're getting this. So there's a thing. But this is really beginning to do the thing. Like here we have a sine wavy behavior, but as the amplitude increases, oh, we're starting to get that pressure discontinuity. We're starting to get that behavior where audio is melting down, similar to when we're literally looking at the wave shapes here. And we see it doing this and then kind of reverting to rumbly behaviors. Note how unpointy this is compared to what I've been working with. Of course, I'm working with sines, and that might be a key factor. So maybe what I need to do is make a new sine reference. This is all very well for what might happen to a sine at these astronomically powerful. Yeah, you see that I've got a wonderful sharp point here as you push it beyond the beyond, and that's what happens in air. But from the actual sounds, they never make that sharp of a point. They make a point that's more like this, but then other stuff happens. But I'm not hearing it applied to a sine. I'm hearing it applied to something else. While we're at it, as long as we're playing with this, let's see what happens if we go a little farther beyond. That'll make a nice sharp point. Which direction does it go? It goes this direction, and I'm liking how it's more symmetrical. It's trying much harder to be symmetrical in a way that possibly the rail sound kind of doesn't. That pressure discontinuity is doing a lovely job, but it's like, yeah, and there's our slight. That's happening. But imagine this at 44.1K. Here is our individual samples. It's making a really sharp little spike. Not unlike what the actual space shuttle launch is doing. We're just not interpolating to get here from there. And it's doing a lovely job of sharpening and sharpening. There's the pressure discontinuity. Our polarity is still correct. So that's even sharper. We get a silly crazy spike. Look at that. It's a hypersonic spike. That feels like that could be useful for the purposes of letting the higher amplitude stuff kick in while keeping the polarity of the wave basically one-sided. This is still purely sine. So we're working with that, and this is producing our pressure discontinuity, and this is producing our characteristics, but without actually making it be wildly asymmetrical. This is still a fairly symmetrical wave. It's just acting all really different in exactly the way we need it to. So the repeated modulation feels like that's right. We're able to make that pressure discontinuity wildly high. to the point where I wonder just how many times we can do that, and whether if we do it this way, that's sharp. With very little effect. We've now barely got a pressure discontinuity at all, so we need a little more amplitude going into there. And we're going to see whether we can't make it do the thing. And then we're going to start throwing mixes of waves at it. The cool thing about this is we're using smaller and smaller areas of delay, which is good. It means we can maybe apply this without lots of latency. Smaller delay is good. And there's our ultra sharp pressure. That is a very sharp pressure discontinuity. How does it compare with the literal space shuttle launch or Starship launch? With the Starship launch, here's an example of what we started with, and that is not actually, I probably need to find a sharper one like this one. Yeah, so reality only requires this sharp of a peak here before it becomes the pressure discontinuity that kind of goes back to center again. Oh, there's an even sharper one. Okay, what do you got? That actually goes up to being a symmetrical wave kind of again. Not really, but sort of. Like there's this little after spike. That might be relevant. And we've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 or so samples of that spike. That's being generated out of this. So that's about 20 samples or so, whereas what we've got here looks like 3, 4, 5, 6 or so. So then, and then it returns up here. So we take that away. And maybe dial back the amount of discontinuity a tiny bit. Increase the level. That's sharp sounding. That has produced a very discontinuous effect, but it's starting to do the thing. Remember the thing? Where it's going back up to sort of neutral again? Well, this is not necessarily what you'd want, but we're doing it with, oh God, yeah. There's like 5 samples there. We don't need it to be as sharp as this. At quieter levels, it doesn't push the discontinuity as far. But this is kind of the area we want to be working in. And this is roughly the right size for actual thunder. And what's being done with the rumble off of that. So in that case, this level. And we're not going to need it to be as loud. Now what have we got? Okay, we got our pressure discontinuity. It's coming up pretty close to being flat in the way we observed. We've got close to the right number of samples. And we should probably push a little bit harder. But it's starting to look about right. Also, as we get quieter and quieter, it starts becoming nearly so strange. Gets a lot less messy. I love the fact that my the second slider is creeping to smaller and smaller levels, because that directly relates to how wide of a buffer I have to run in order to make this work. I can absolutely do many stages of a very tiny buffer modulation and make this work. That is pleasing me. And none of this is actually being applied on a thunder-like waveform yet. And let's see whether we can make it return to, oh, too far. Not only that, we have gone beyond the stage where we're getting the appropriate response. It's supposed to stay flat like this. If we go too far beyond, we start getting FME behaviors again, and we don't want that. As it starts going beyond this point, that's where it starts going wrong. This is too wide, so we need to add more stages. Clearly. This is getting more into my it's going to make everything sound wonderful, Jess. You might have come in here too recently. Let's see. More stages. There we go. Has this. Not enough. This too much. I want it to go exactly to the 0 point when I hit maximum with the correct number of samples in this point. Only then will I be satisfied. So we're not quite done, but I think we have the right number of stages this time. About 0.15. Little bit too far, but close. Close. definitely too far. Okay. It's almost reaching that point. I think we're just about perfect. We got a discontinuity appearing. We got the funny little notch behavior that comes back. This is the thing where it may create a little spike on the reverse. It needs to be able to go to the correct amount of steepness, which that kind of isn't yet, but I think as we have much quieter levels, we start to get that crackling, and that crackling is only going to sharpen as it goes up. Like, see, that's a bunch, but it gets sharper and pointier as it goes. And right at the point where it reaches total meltdown is the point where we start getting a very asymmetrical waveform. It's an infinite power spike and then vacuum in the other direction. Let's see whether I can tweak it the tiniest bit more or whether I'm done. 0.14. Nope, I don't think I can tweak it anymore. So I got to leave these alone for the moment. How much latency am I getting? That much latency. That's not all that much latency. That's like how many samples? Selection Editor is not showing me very useful things. It's showing me 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0.001 seconds. It literally cannot show me anything sample-wise, unless I tell it to. How about maybe I try to do that? We'll squinch it over until where it's literally taken that. Now let's see whether we can tell the preferences to be a different sample editing. Maybe I can't. I could count them. Let's count the samples. That'll tell me. Oh, here we go. Don't have to count them. "64 samples of latency." That's not too bad. That's okay. The really interesting thing about it is how we may be able to break this down across the mix. That might be very interesting indeed. Because we've got X number of iterations of this. And we've got it dialed down to where it's exactly right, at least on this base frequency. We can find out whether a different frequency does differently. Let's see what it does with literal thunder that we can't hear. Because logically, this is being done as modulations of the waveform. So it's not as much of a time-based effect. Therefore, if we apply this, it's too low frequency, doesn't want to do it. We do have a little bit of an effect, but it's not wanting to do it. Well, I mean, I do see some effect there. So let's just jump in and make it cover a bigger range. All we have to do is dial it in until it's doing the same frequency stuff, but at the correct frequency. We're just expanding it out. Because we know it's capable of doing this at deep bass subsonic frequencies. Therefore, if we assume that we're going to do it on literally 20 hertz, don't have to worry about lower. Let's just focus on audible frequencies. And we'll let the crazy subsonics take care of themselves. This will determine the pitches we can use. A little fade in. A little less continuity. We don't need as much as that. Don't even need to really listen to it very much because it's just 20 hertz. And we get to step backwards. Very nice. And we hear that noise coming up, but we can push it a little farther than that. Noting, of course, and we'll see quite soon, that other frequencies have other effects. $41. Close. $42. I'm going to call that bingo. How big is that spike? Okay. That's about the same spike as the spike we get off of literal rocket launch. Which, as I remind you, it's like this. Air turns this into this at great enough distance. Now, some of the reverberation you hear is just acoustics, but those little crackles, those little crackles are this discontinuity taking effect. And I've dialed it in for 20 hertz. That said, we're going to get a lot more action if we have a higher frequency. And we have not yet begun to try it on things that sound like thunder or rumble or noise. So here we have a tone. This one's just going to flip out completely with the same setting. And that is how we get some of our wild, rumbly nonsense. Is it's turning it into a FM madness. So our next thing is, let's make a thunder. Pretty sure I can do that with the plugin. I've got stuff that'll do that sort of thing. I thought it, well, V, voice of the starship. Filter right down to 0. Algorithm, something appropriate. That's too bright. Let's make a nice, deep, rumbly noise. And then let's normalize it. It's still pretty much centered, but that is arguably spaceship noise from very far away, but we need to see what happens when we apply. Firstly, we'll do a fade in, and we're also going to normalize that. Actually, let's do that in the other order. Let's do the fade in and then normalize it. Now, same setting. That we used for 20 Hertz. Oh, nope, that's the wrong thing. Let's not do that. Same setting that we used for 20 Hertz. Boop. Becomes this. By the middle, it's already starting to sound like Rocket Man. So let's undo all of that, and I want to make a much bigger expanse. So let's generate a tone. Let's take off over the course of 1 minute. Do we even successfully do that or not? Nope. Nope, we did not successfully do that, did we? Insert wasn't able to insert something small enough. So let's replace selection. Oh, no, wait, that's not going to work either. Oh, no. Why are you doing your thing? That's supposed to... Oh, for heaven's sake. Hi, we've changed the duration of, we've changed what measurement is to samples. I've just continuously tried to add 60 samples of a 20 hertz sine. No wonder it's not working. Let's not do that. Let's go back to time, at which point it's going to assume that 60 means seconds. And back into the breach. Thank you. And now let's actually delete all of that and start over. There we go. 1 minute. With the Starship to replace that. How far away would you like this to be? I can filter it a whole bunch. See, if we do this with the algorithm this way, it's pushing a whole bunch of DC. I feel like maybe I don't want it to push as much DC as that. This is just a straight random wander. But I would like it. I'm kind of listening to how loud the highs are. Oh. This filter is not actually useful, is it? Let's just put it here and go with that. That's too big of a departure. Let's go back. Voice of the Starship is a tricky beast, isn't it? I hear some thunder there. It's capable of generating such intense subsonics that I don't want to use this, but I also don't want to use very high frequency. So let's see what we can make happen. That's bassy. And I want to leave. Okay, this doesn't actually give me any output. That's weird. I want to leave that faint hiss in there. I want to hear what it does with higher frequency stuff. So let's see what we get. We've got a big bass spike there. We're going to fade in across a large level and we're going to normalize. And our peaks are in funny places. That is a great departure. It's a thump. So we're going to leave that even though that's not useful content. That's subsonic content. So it's this. This. We got a real subsonic thumping going on there. I want to see what my algorithm does with these things. I know I can filter it and make it act more normal, but let's see what it does without it being made normal. Ramping up from silence. I hear the highs getting affected, which is good. That's not a bad thing. Clapping your hands in a stairwell or other highly echoic place and you hear a crackling noise, which is the little shock waves. I would like to hear what that did with the very end. Or see, rather, because I see funny looking stuff there. That's just highs being freaked out. They're being frequency modulated, but they're not becoming overwhelming in amplitude, but they're kind of staying there. Okay. Interesting. Now, let's take Voice of the Starship and make another kind of sound. Because that was me trying to deal with what that hiss sounded like. That's too subsonic. That could be airplane noise sound. So if we do this noise, maybe it'll sound like a jet airplane. Let's see what we got. Fade in so we can hear it ramp up. Normalize it. Here's our raw sound. And this may sound like a jet taking off. We do have some subs, but not all that much. They do things like this. There's just a little spike because the randomness is able to make that happen. This is not filtered. This is being generated directly by the algorithm. Now if we take that and hit it with Airwindows discontinuity, stuff probably gets kind of freaky. It certainly looks freaky from here. So does this sound like a jet airplane at 60 million dB? Or 140 more like. So it gradually gets louder. I have a basically good feeling about this. And now the loudness is completely too loud to be born. Interesting. And now let's do some nice low frequency thunder. That's deep. And then we're going to drop it right down to where it's basically a deep rumble from distant, faraway thing. Maybe a little bit louder. Can you hear that? It's not very loud, but bass does come through on the system. Oh, and I got to do a little more in the way of a number of things, honestly. Well, firstly, let's apply that. And let's just make it be a continuing loop while I go off and do some other stuff. How's this for distant thunder? want to do. Once I get my fire started properly, let's stop that and go back and do it over again. And let's make the rumbling of a not as distant thunder coming in and going away again. And I'll leave that playing for you while I go and make another cup of coffee for my last cup of coffee for today, because it is 1:19. Okay, that's a little more audible. That's a little more audible still. I have to play it over my speakers, unfortunately. And then if we normalize that, we've got this. And then if we do a little, oh, that was the wrong thing. Why for you do that? Does it not have shortcuts? Should have shortcuts. Am I just not? Ha. Ha. I know what to do. It doesn't want command at all. It just wants shift. Now that's coming in and out. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a little, let's make it go psychotically loud. But we do need to clip it. And what better thing to clip it with than my most recent clipper, which is not showing up there. So hi. Not final clip, but 80 clip 8. In apotheosis. Don't need to boost, but we can. We can boost a little bit. We can have a little bit of a boost as a treat. And there. Now we're not peaking at 0, but it goes good and loud. Now that we have this, now I add this calibrated thing, which is working out to be exactly what it needs to be at the amplitude levels of -1 to 1. There's the discontinuity, full wet. Here's my input gain. Here's the magic numbers that relate to a subsonic rumble at 20 Hertz to be perfect, meaning it will kick in more easily at higher frequencies, but that is actually fine and normal. Apply and close. Doesn't look all that different, but oh boy is it ever. And let's see what this madness sounds and feels like. Huh. Bits of it are definitely going a little crazy. I may need to do that interpolation thing I talked about. Or we could just not boost it so hard. Yeah, it's already going for unbearably loud already. I know. go back to this and throw it in a cathedral. Carefully, hopefully it doesn't crash. It might crash, but then again, it might not. Add full wet. And then let's just throw in a clipper. No boost, please. At actually the most simple mode. Ceiling can be just off of 1, because why not? Oh, hi, did you just turn it up? You should not turn it up. What even was that? We wouldn't want it to do that, would we? How about clip only? It's catching a little. So good, we do want it to catch those. We want it to be 0 dB boost, so if we then set it to normal. Okay, that's a little weird. It looked like it was making it louder. And I do see... Okay, this might need some more work. I'm not going to be releasing it just yet until I figure this part out. Yeah, look at that. We're clipping at 0. That's not right. As much as it is meant to make stuff sound loud, I believe I can reinvestigate that later. Maybe even make a mental note of myself, or make a note for myself to not deal with it until I figured out what's gone wrong. And we know that clip only 2 will take off those peaks without actually turning it up or doing anything like that. Good. And having done that, we can first shrink this down. Then apply our fade in and fade out. The things that I do to entertain you while I go for coffee. Now we have this, which is Thunder in a Cathedral. And after we do that, we get discontinuity in the prescribed settings. Actually, you know what? Let's overlap those fades a little bit so that we make it just not be as loud, and then we'll apply it and then we will boost it back up again. There. Now it's not peaking quite as hot, but it's still peaking pretty hot. We apply that, then we normalize, because the normal effect of this is not going to be nearly as crazy loud. There you are. Thunder in a Cathedral coming off kind of like a hurricane or whatever, with some of this discontinuity doing its job. I will be back in a moment. we are. And if you think that's a nice rumble, I can do this. Rock Band. Actually, I should quiet it down first. We're going to do a fade in, then we're going to apply the cathedral, and then we're going to apply the discontinuity. I can do this. This is the Sound of Disaster area of the Rock Band. This is the band that, actually that's just too far. Although it could be fun to like maybe we don't need the cathedral for that. Let's see what we get if we just shift it down substantially. Oh, that would be up. How about down by this much? Let's throw a little bit of cathedral on there just because it's meant to seem like such an absurdly loud thing. But we're going to have some dry. That's a good amount of full wet. That blooms it out a little bit. Now we apply our discontinuity while it's not even able to, actually no, maybe we're still too. See whether we have to turn it down even more. I think we have to turn it down even more. Yeah, that's already crackling as much as a rock concert in a stadium. Nothing to it but to shift the bit some more. Another 2 dB down. Now we'll apply it, and then we're going to normalize it. Because this is a sensitive beast, and there's very little that requires you to go up that loud. Okay, we can do this. Wow, okay. That was the band Disaster Area, heard from a spaceship orbiting an entirely different planet. And that's not at all a bad representation of... And if we go quieter... Yeah. So that's a lot. So we have a theoretical maximum, kinda. We have turned subsonics into thundercrackle. Let's maybe play with some other things. Firstly, I need to adjust this. And by that I mean I need to go and look at it again, because we got part of it dialed in. So, recent. Well, that might be fun. Let's see what it does to this as I have it set. As if the drums were infinite in loudness, which they're not. But this is also what I wanted to do here, i.e. write down what these things were. Okay, that is louder than I actually play. We'll do the shift in of bits just before fooling with this in other ways. Now, if it was only that loud, and here's our magic setting for full volume thunder at 20 Hertz, giving exactly the right discontinuity. High frequencies have more of an effect, but then high frequencies don't get to the volume of a space shuttle launch at the point of the rocket. So this is all a work in progress. Normalize that. It does have a certain loudness quality. I think I'm still pushing it farther than it needs to go. And we have not yet done the interpolation, and that might help a lot. Especially with the number of states. In fact, it might even alter the behavior, so that's probably also worth doing. I did some of this stuff early. Don't want to do that. Still kind of messy looking. That's okay, we'll get by. Checking to make sure the fire is working okay. This part's okay. That part's okay. That's fine. This gets to be defined here. This is going to end up a very small number, but we don't know quite what it is yet. But I do know for sure that it's going to be a lot smaller than it is, so let's dial everything in again from scratch. At a factor of 10 more sensitive than it was. So we're going to need to retune it, but that's fine. I have just thrown away the things that I did to dial it in before, so we're going to dial it in from scratch all over again. That part's probably not going to change though. So we'll just pull in offset until it's what we need it to be and go from there. Let's move these to relevant places. Like that. Try to space them out in a way that makes sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why did it even pop up a menu there when I didn't want one? Okay. That gets me the 0 to 1 of flooring this. In fact, we might as well explicitly do it. Always wanted to become a smaller number. And now we're going to duplicate this twice. Duplicate it once, rather. Add one and go from there. and then it will do the recalculation for wrapping if it needs to. So now we need to scale the things to the relevant amounts. Although I can reproduce the stuff that I need here. So if I do this properly, it should work. And it's bound to help the high frequency stuff that we were hearing. Like the thundery stuff didn't need it so much, although it was still doing something. So then, if offInt winds up being exactly the same, like floor ends up, gets us to exactly the same spot. So if they're the same, then interpolate equals 0, and offInt and ends-up times offset are the same, meaning we get to use it directly, meaning this is the one that is minus interpolate. If you don't know what I mean by that, minus. And all of this is just one variable being fed back in. And there's the other one. Gone one step forwards. Copy that, paste it here. Tighten up some of the spacing just a bit. That still looks about right. Linear interpolation this is. Oh, don't need that. Stepped one too far. And then I don't know how many of these I'm going to do, but it's going to be done. Hang on. It is possible that that will still work, but thank you, and I will add that. You're correct. I would like to have that explicitly put in. Floor. Okay, now they match. In theory, this will work. We got one more thing to do, though. gain attenuates. We have it there. We have it functioning. Then if we have any functioning way of doing it, then we're going to divide by. So now we can attenuate it and gain stage this whole thing. What do we got? Back towards our bases. Excuse me. Too much damn coffee. Oops. That'll do. A little fade in. Now let's see what we have. Some of this bits are going to be the same and some of them are going to be different. This in particular probably needs to be multiplied by exactly 10. So let's find out what we got. Wait, we can't hear that. It's nothing but subsonics. Also, some of our bits aren't working, so let's see what we did. That part's perfect, but this part's not. What did we do wrong? Did something wrong. I think it must have been a copy and paste. Jess has probably already called me out on it. It's got to do with the copy and paste somehow. So what bit did we do wrong? That still matches. Also, which one of them died? That's an interesting question. That should still work. What is making that one go wrong? Swear to God, it looks kind of the same to me. We should be able to just recycle both of these. We should be able to recycle this. These all look like they're correct. Alrighty, whose little friend are you and what are you doing to my plugin? They say to the gremlin that has clearly infested it. What the actual heck? No, because we're simply redefining it. The last little shreds of my espresso dissolved in water. Now to fix. the thing. So what does it even think it's doing? These look the same. It doesn't look like I have any changes in here other than getting to this bit on the end. And that is correct. And this is correct. L, 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 L. R, 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 R. It's frustrating. Let's build it again and see if it does the same thing. Maybe I made it die in some weird way by mistake. That part's still correct. Okay, so we have several pursuits towards trying to find out what happened. One at a time we go. Firstly, I'm just going to open my drums and see if they end up being one-sided. If we do this, one side only. We are gain staging. The gain staging is operating correctly. If we try to bring dry in, then it's fine. Okay, so one side is literally not working at all for no reason all of a sudden. The other side's fine. That's super weird. This is no different than it was. So this is defined from scratch. Therefore, it should be a new thing. It's the only thing that I changed was going... Oh, I see. Do you see the problem? Because I see the problem. There's your problem. Although this shouldn't be doing what it's doing. Firstly, do you see the problem? And secondly, do you see why it shouldn't be doing what it's doing? No, no, no. Look at where my keyboard goes. Where it stops, nobody knows, except for it stops here. Boop. But here's the thing. Why should that be silence? It kind of shouldn't be silence. Because we're supposed to have interpolate doing something like, check this out. If we just use only the interpolate value, that should be assigning the leftover from our positioning. Ends up is ending up as an integer. Or rather, ends up times offset is ending up as an integer, even though ends up is supposed to be a value that varies. So if we do this, logically, we have now made it so that there is no output. and I will demonstrate thusly. No output. But that's not right, because that's supposed to be the interpolation. So if everything is so completely faint that we're just happening to settle on a setting that's always lining up with the first and not the second, we then fire this up, do our really loud sine bass. That's loud. And apply discontinuity to that, and we still have absolute and complete silence. Gain staging it isn't helping. What this tells us is this. Interpolate is not useful. Oh, and you know what, Jess? The thing you told me to do is what killed it. I made a mistake doing it the first time, and then you suggested that I include it the second time. But here's your problem. If its floor ends up times offset, it's always going to be equal to that, so it's always going to be 0. There was the problem. So if we do this, this is now a double precision number. Now we're going to have output. In fact, we can, well, let's confirm that assumption. Might as well be responsible and confirm that assumption, but that's not going to be hard. We are now listening only to the interpolate value and not the part that it's being smoothed from, because we're no longer adding. So it's going to be quieter, and it's also going to be kind of noisy if this is correctly done. Sure enough, that is only the interpolate value. It's only the degree to which it needs to blend between the two things. And this gain stages properly, as long as it's not literally 0. But the reason it sounds kind of fuzzy in stereo is because we need to do this. And that is the amount of distortion that's being added by not interpolating too. So the lack of that is what was causing a degree of distortion in its own right. And now we do this. And we build again. And we bring it in. And if all goes well, we can do a drum sound with it set exactly like this. I'll test in a moment to make sure that it is correctly set up for the 20 Hertz tone. Because if it's correctly set up, I should be able to set it to the 20 Hertz tone and have it be perfect. And as I increase this number, we're going to effectively do a different amplification on these drums. That sounds fairly convincing, but we can keep going. and going, and going. That's got a certain amount of loudness to it. And this was what it would sound like if I was able to drum at 192 dB. Cool. Although I'm not sure what dB it would be, other than it's going to be at a very, very loud volume. I could probably calibrate it to real air if I went about it right. Let's see whether I can make it be the... Not with this. Let's do this calibration with our sine bases. By which I mean replace them with a 20 Hz tone. That's loud. Oh, I see what's happening. Calibrate it to this. Turn it right down again. .5 gets me there. For the third, how are we doing? Perfect. Perfect. 20 Hertz gets me exactly this behavior at full unbearable crank. I think that's about the right size, and it's certainly returning to center in the way that I want. That, I mean, it sounds like a muffler because it's all too loud for my speakers. I'm going to call that an appropriate level for audible frequencies reaching ultimate meltdown. Which also means that if we were to fade it, we get this behavior. And as the amplitude gets less, we start getting this discontinuity at 20 Hertz. And then less and less, until we've got very little discontinuity happening at all. All the way up to total and complete meltdown. And we're going to define that as unreasonably too loud. And then about halfway or so is where we stop getting that break at exactly 20 Hertz. And then to repeat some of our crazy experiments, if we have a noise sound that's about this loud, and we apply this just the way it is, actually no, we can gain stage it. Here we are at very, very loud, but we can turn it down to seemingly not all that loud at all. And here we've got enough of a discontinuity to make an audible effect. Which doesn't do all that much visually, but we can hear its effect happening. And that's appropriate, because by the time we see it completely flipping out, it's way too much. And then just for fun, let's make a wind noise using Voice of the Starship and make it be louder. Not very loud, but sounds a little bit like high wind. Now we're going to normalize it, and then it's going to really sound a lot louder. Sounds like high wind. High wind is actually quite a loud sound. So we add our discontinuity to correctly model how loud it would be. If it was actually a loud sound in air. It doesn't take much. And we do have a little bit of latency in all this. We're doing a bit of a flange. So we'll never be able to do it as a actual real-time effect. But that's not too bad. And then if it's an infinitely loud, it turns to this. So as the wind increases, we start getting the air tearing. And then we're in the wake of a rocket exhaust. And then let's gain stage that better this time. Full reverb sound, crossover distortion, presumably from a filter crossover. Or do you mean AB distortion? Class B distortion? No, you kind of can't. Nope. I'm still going to say no, I don't think you kind of can. Full reverb sound, that doesn't make any sense. I am sorry, but I'm going to have to contradict you there. You cannot apply crossover distortion to a reverb sound, flip its phase, add it to the original sound, and extract the original sample. No, you can't. Yeah, but you're not extracting the original sample. You're doing a weird thing. It's a cool and interesting thing. It's not extracting the original sample. That has a meaning. Speaking of meaning, there's a loud wind. So let's play. Boop. And, oh, wrong, no, sorry. Boop. Wind comes in, wind goes out. Now, wind comes in and becomes impossibly loud and high speed. High-speed wind comes in and goes out. Wrong. Go back. Go back to 0, thank you. High-speed wind. Okay, I'm going to continue to politely disagree with that, Jess. Unique, I will buy. Sounds legit. I could see it being unique. I don't see it being what you describe it to be. Let's play with the dirt guitar and see what it sounds like. I'm not going to try it right now. Louder. Oh God, okay, that's intense. Oh no, that's very effective. Oh, it's too loud, way too loud now. Disaster area returns. Yeah, we got about this much latency from everything. I think I need to do a dB calculation and figure out how I can interpret our maximum volume, considering that our maximum volume is 20 hertz. going into full saturation. Anything higher frequency than that, I mean, we got what we wanted. Excuse me. This should be amusing. How loud can this man become?
This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and goes?
That's louder than necessary. No, absolutely not. Unless you delay the dry by exactly the same amount, but it's not a fixed amount. So it's not viable to have dry wet.
To downright spiteful, who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's
It's
no
sounding
one
louder.
fairer. Shown by all he'll take away. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and
How far can we push it?
to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one
Starting to hear it.
shown by all he'll take away. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the...
See, the point at which the S's, and this is compressed, but the point at which the S's start to distort is the point at which this is amplified rather than being an acoustic sound. So I have a rough idea of how loud I can sing, and this gives me a picture of what the dB level would actually be that this is set to. So everything gets scaled to equal a given dB level where that doesn't sound like it's pushed too far. And then I adjust the dB level beyond that point up to some level around here, which gives me a set maximum input-output gain. And I'm at 42 and 5. So I'm just going to grab this little note of some things like additional guitar and bass strings that I've got coming. And we're going to calculate some of this stuff out now that we've got this stuff dialed in. So gain becomes its own thing. Offset is 0.42 times pre-delay. Slider 3 is 1 plus 0.5 times 7. Interesting. Zero 0.5 times 7 is 3.5. However, that went over slightly beyond the point where it clicked, so probably slider 3 is going to be 4. We're going to check and see whether that's correct. And offset being another one of our given presets. Pre-delay is 1000. Times 0.42, that makes it 420. Okay, some people will celebrate that as a holiday. That's funny. We'll keep it. It's all cool. We do need to use it to set our numbers correctly. Yep. That is a holiday for some folks. I am not as big of a celebrator of that holiday, I must admit, but it's all fine. It's all fine. And we don't actually have to have that be that, so if we do this, now we can just delete this declaration. And things are looking good. And if all is well, no, that used to be my jam, Jazz. I had to give it up because I got into it too heavy, which is possible. It is possible to become addicted to. If you've ever heard of the streamer Vaush, he has made various people angry for various reasons. But one of the ways he's made people angry is by saying it's possible to get addicted to pot. It's more like pot can be the avenue through which an addict can express themselves in addiction. Much like, I don't know, drinking beer or wine could be for an alcoholic, which is the same as an addict. So, yeah, it is absolutely possible to get addicted to pot, and it is because you were an addict type, rather than because pot has the mysterious power to make all people become addicts. It's like, no, if you're an addict type, then you can express that through pot as easily as through anything else. So let's see. Here we've got a thing which we have now simplified. We've got a wet control, but we don't need the wet control either because, hey, it doesn't make any sense for this, so we're not going to keep it, are we? Meaning we don't need dry sample either. And now we're going to build this and see if it still does the same thing on our sine wave, our 20 hertz sine wave, if it's still dialed in. Well, no, it's like if you're an addict, you turn anything into being addictive. I mean, look at me with the coffee. I can avoid hurting myself by drinking too much espresso, simply because if I drink too much of it, I will get stomach aches or not be able to sleep properly or whatever. But it's always a bit of a struggle because I have the addict nature. There's nothing so wrong with that. It's just a thing. It's a kind of way of being. It means I approach stuff through the lens of that. Okay. Sine bases. Let's see if this is still calibrated. Sugar colas? Oh, fair. Man, I am just as susceptible to eating sugar. For me, the sugar thing is ice cream. It is so excessive in a way. Like, I choose a kind of ice cream that is sort of super premium, so it's not loaded with nasty stuff, and it has a higher milk fat content, so it like isn't as heavily sugar laden. Instead, it's more good quality organic milk fat kind of thing. And that makes it filling, that makes it intense, that makes it so that you get the, what am I doing here? We're making these go this, and then we're going to apply this and see if, oh, and let's make that go that. And we're going to see if this still goes to the right place. Hi, maybe not quite so much. That's interesting. What do you think you're doing with that? Have we broken this and made it be wrong? Or is it simply that it's going to those extremes And I need to make it do fade in to do the correct performance. Is this what we had before? Because these things are supposed to not be a thing any longer. What do we got now? Okay. It needed me to set it to fade in. This is what we had before. Yeah, the kind that I am enjoying and probably need to make myself only buy one tub of it a week is Walpole Creamery. I think I've got one still kicking around, which, considering it is Thursday, is a grand feat. So let me show you. Ben & Jerry's is from Vermont, so that's nice. But they're now owned by Unilever, and they're basically just another giant corporation that is using up its stuff. But this stuff is the bomb. Walpole Creamery. This is a chocolate, and as you can see, I've consumed most of it, but there's a little bit left, and it's Thursday, so let's not talk about the other two, the Tahitian vanilla and the strawberry that I've already consumed. They make a flavor called Acapulco Cocoa that is hopefully available again, but it's only available when their storefront is open, which is in Walpole across the river from me. It's strictly a New Hampshire. So I don't think you're going to be able to find this, but they are very local to me. It says veteran owned, which is interesting. All natural ingredients, milk from local farms. I drive past the farm that they use every day, I think. Made with RBST free dairy, no antibiotics, no artificial colorings, no artificial flavorings, no high fructose corn syrup, no aspartame, no gelatin, no sucralose. That stuff hurt me very recently, so I love that they make that big of a point about it. Ingredients: milk, cream, milk, non-GMO cane sugar, non-fat skim milk, cocoa, vanilla, less than 0.3% guar gum, carrageenan, or acacia gum. Super premium stuff, man. This stuff is the bomb. And there is a flavor that shows up in summer when their store is actually open. They start putting out all these wild flavors that you can't buy in the supermarket because there's only so much space they can take up in a supermarket when they're so local. It's not like they're going to replace the Ben & Jerry's shelf. So you have to go to their store. You have to go to their one little stand that is actually a storefront. It's a little restaurant-like place. And Acapulco Cocoa is cayenne cinnamon chocolate ice cream. It's quite something. It doesn't burn your mouth off. It's not so hot that it burns your mouth, although I suppose if you were very sensitive to hot foods, you might feel that way. It's just enough that the sort of heat of it balances the chocolatiness of it and the coldness of it and all the other aspects, and oh my God, it is so absurdly good. Anyways, let me put this back in the freezer. I'm not going to eat it right now. And now, the last thing we are going to do is set up gain levels. Now that we have confirmed that this is still working. It wasn't working when we didn't apply the fade in, but that's because the gain level was literally 0 to negative. It was full gain. And it needs to not quite be that. Like at this point, where the file runs out, it needs to have this point and this point not be literally 0. Since I did a fade and the fade started from here, this bit didn't freak out. You can kind of see it trying to a little tiny bit, but honestly it's admirably smooth. You can just barely see the hints of it trying to get crazy as it goes farther and farther to that point. But like this is where we start getting into 20 hertz distorting wildly. And the thing about that is this air pressure discontinuity is also frequency dependent. So it's okay that all of the amplitude for higher frequency sounds has to be much, much quieter. Get over towards here, and higher frequency stuff won't distort nearly as bad. So we've confirmed this bit works. Let's now undo this part before even fooling with the gain, because I feel like doing this bit now. We're no longer going to call it count Z. We're going to be calling it something else. And it's this X number that's going to be changed. So what's that going to take? Firstly, let's comment it out because we're going to go back to doing it manually. When we've done that, we'll know how we can break it up and maybe apply it in a console system, such as one that is designed with gain staging in mind, so that if you are actually clipping the output level, you are equating to rock concert playback levels. We can do that. We can make the system so that you can define, like, clipping the output of the mix and having to use like 80 clip or whatever equates to you're at 140 dB. Or it equates to you're at 100 dB. And as such, if we have it at like, okay, clip the output bus, you're at 140 dB, then 40 dB down, you're at 100 dB, and you can gain stage your mix around that. Or you could gain stage your entire mix around, like, we'd probably have to also include this inside console, because you have to be able to attenuate individual channels before hitting this processing, even if it's in a distributed form. But I think we can make it in a distributed form, because after all, we got to apply it bit by bit, and only then will it represent what it needs to be. So how are we going about that? Firstly, copy, paste. So x equals 0, do this. X plus plus. X equals 1, do this. It's still not less than 4. X equals 2, do this. It's still not less than 4. X equals 3, do this. Still not less than 4. Sorry, it still is, I should say. X equals 4, it's not less than 4. here's where we stop. So 1, 2, 3, 4 stages of this processing. So if we were to do that, by changing this around just a bit. No more of this, but for these, they're not going to be all the same name logically. And discontinuity, what's a good name for? We could call these arrays DB. That could work. DBA, DBB, DBC, and DBD. Excuse me so much. And we can fool with the, oh, I'm going to have to explicitly spell all the things out, but I want this to be in separate chunks. I don't want to do it using an entirely separate loop. If I can reconstruct this, it'll be in a smaller chunk, meaning it could also be used at different places in a console system. Like I can bust each individual chunk out and put this one in the channel and this one in a submix and this one, these two in different places in the output, and do that. And that could be nifty, because it means each bit only has to be done in one place. And let's fool with this a little bit more. Decibels is usually spelled with the capital B. So that's what we're going to do. And the count needs to be its own thing. Count. Do I want that capitalized or not? Or I could call it X or something. Oh, I know. The box. X stands for count. Looks a little weird, but I'll be able to make sense of it. It won't take up too much space. And bada boom. Now I have to, oh, simple mistake. Simple mistake. That's a D. DBD. LR. X is the counter. Counter is the same each way. And now I take these and start adapting everything around so that it's functional. And this is going to take a little fussing, but honestly, I see nothing wrong with doing that to end my day. One thing about it, using these are going to have to be redefined. So what I should do is define ends up and interpolate up here. Which will also mean I can define them change the names of them all more easily. Oh, and I should also do offend. If I do that, then I can rename them as I need. So let's strip this stuff out. They're all being made whatever they are quite directly. I don't know how much I'm going to need this. Everything's going to be scaled back so much. The danger, though, is ending up in a situation where it all blows up. But we're already looking at some funny behavior as it approaches. Put it this way, let us take these things out. Trust that it's going to be okay. And then once we do the rest of this stuff, we'll test it. Okay. And same here. And take these away. Take that away. Take those away. Each time it's being declared as its new thing, so that part shouldn't pose any problems. That goes away, this goes away. We do it over and over again until we get it right. And we're going to go in and sort of restart some of these things. Restart means something special. Restart means I get to redefine all of this stuff here. And rename it. So right now we're going to start by redoing this. That's no longer useful. But let's grab this text here so I can just define it down here. And that will give me the power of redefining it. There. Now I should be able to rename these guys everywhere they appear, and then I can just quietly start updating them. But for now, we're going to fix this bit. Ooh, hang on. I'm going to want to keep some of that. Don't want to make that go away. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Man, I can't wait for my tacos for dinner today. I have been burning a lot of energy doing all of this, and I'm feeling it. I am feeling it. That should be all correct. Excuse me. Ah, none of that. Okay. Now we should have our arrays defined correctly in here. They are 420, so whoever needs to light up, go ahead. That was, in fact, the correct value. That means we're going to run some latency. Okay. Maybe not all that. It doesn't sound like it's a huge amount of latency, honestly. Even though it's stacked, even though it's happening across a whole bunch of things, it doesn't sound like it's all that much latency. Remembering, of course, that latency is constructed by buffer sizes, and doing something like running a 256 sample buffer size is not that unusual. We're talking about less than 512 added to the whole system, which could very well still reside. It'll be like if you're running at 512, you're roughly doubling the amount. And I don't think I should be declaring the amount of latency because it's not steady. I'll just be like, yeah, assume that this is going to generate a certain amount of latency. So speaking of which, we can't run this yet because it's not talking sense, but what we can do is edit all in scope. And here's the great thing about this. We have now rendered all of this This no longer means a thing. Boop. Now we're very close to this being runnable. Not really, we're not really quite there yet, but we're pretty close. These no longer relate to anything at all. Here's our gain. We're going to get back into that. And this is now in a functional state. There's our left, there's our right. I'm going to have to test to make sure that it's actually correct. But we can probably tighten up some of this positioning too, because some of what we're going to end up doing can be done with find and replace. So let's see now. First of all, this stuff is fine. We're not actually using overall scale for anything. He says, knowing that we're concerned about tuning it to 20 hertz, and it's not going to be the same at all sample rates, is it? R420 value is not necessarily going to stay what it is. I'm looking at some of these other things and figuring out what to do. Off int is a dumb looking word. What shall we change it to? It's a delay. This is a thing that has to do with delay. DLY. Interpolate. Everything can have dB in it, and that means it doesn't overlap with other variables from other things. And that's one thing I'm going to do, because this has got to be able to be plugged into other code. Ends up. So ends up is the positioning. So db pause instead of ends up. All little variables become db something so that they don't overlap with anybody else's variables. It's too complex? Oh no. It's going to look even worse. Interpolate. Well, I can make it shorter anyhow. Trim, interp, I. I for interpolation. DB Dudley, hey. I'm going to keep the wood stove going as long as I'm paying attention to it, which I'm not paying as much attention to it because I'm working. It's doing its job and it's doing it well. It's burned off all of the water in that little kettle on top of it. DB derp, more like. Alrighty. So we're pretty close to being able to do something useful with this, but guess what? Some of this needs updating. Every single thing that we have in here that goes dba something is either the array on the left or the right, or the counter. We have no other things that go dba anything. It's instead db pause, dbi, db dly. What that means is, firstly, let's label some of this stuff. Discontinuity, nope. Discontinuity. This is getting tucked into a much smaller piece of code to start with. We're going to do this. These are in fact all literally the same at this stage, yes? That means I can save a little bit of trouble. These suckers are literally all identical. So here's just one of them. So in any given plugin, if I had 4 plugins in a chain for doing this, as in channel out, bus in, bus out, channel out, sub in, sub out, and bus in. That's 4 different channels. Each of these could have one of these guys in here. And we squinch them up in this way. So that they're tidally positioned. Let's see, how do we go about doing that? Like this. Squish it into a neat little block of code. That is a neat little block of code, just as it is. We can tighten up some of this too. It can easily be deconstructed again if I need to make it more comprehensible. You can just bust out all the semicolons, but it's a neat little chunk of stuff being done. And it is the same chunk that will exist in B, C, D. So you'd be taking that along with the relevant variables and putting it in whatever you want, including if you had just a 2-stage system, so you were using 2 of them in each place. But you could absolutely be breaking this up in a mixed situation. And I think that would be effective in its way as long as the gain staging was correct. Like everything has to be within console at that level where all the levels are preset and you're not doing stuff with the intermediate stages. Intermediate stages could be a near, medium, and far arrangement, each with sort of different submixes, but each of them could have a Airwindows reverb on it, and that would work pretty well. You'd be able to do that. And then we just do this. In selection, everything dBA has to become dBB. Or dBC, or dBD. And we should be done. Build succeeded. Let's fire this little sucker up and see what we've got. Here's our test suite, which we're replacing with a giant 20 Hertz tone. And then we have to fade it in, otherwise it won't behave. We apply discontinuity, gain of 1.0. Got there. Lovely. It even looks a little smoother from some of its weirdnesses. And all of this is at amplitudes that are unreasonably loud. But that's fine, because our next job is calibration. And now we can take independent chunks and put them into different plugins. All of these little loops only run 420 samples. There is still the concern, although maybe... See, I wonder whether I could manipulate amplitude with overall scale. Like, we could use the overall scale to just scale up and down the amplitude, and that would probably have a comparable effect. Because I think that will work. I don't think we necessarily have to calibrate so exactly 20 Hertz clips in exactly the same way. Although we could fool with it a little bit. Like, we've got that up and running, right? So that's 44.1K. We can do that, and we can fade it in, and then we can do it at 96K and see what happens this time, because we've changed nothing else. And what we get is it's not kicking in as hard. So at 96K, it looks a little bit like we could change the gain. I know what's something I can do to test that. This will show me whether or not that actually works. This time we'll make it go in louder and get quieter, and as long as we have it actually at not, well, one is safe. So here's our new test suite. Theoretically, if we do this, My neck's a little bit tense from striving at this so hard, but that's just part of it. That's just part of the job. Then let's do the fade in. And we're at 44.1K, and this time we have to take it just a hair off of 1 so that it will function. Looking good. That's effectively the same thing. Now if we take this and convert the sampling rate to 96K, or it's not going to give me 88, is it? Huh. Spoil sport. You would think that it would be happy with 88.2. In fact, I think I can tell it. I'm pretty sure it'll let me do that. Yep. I think I can even play it. Yep. Although Core Audio still thinks it's 96, but it'll do this processing. As such, if we apply discontinuity to this upsampled 1, but we are instead at 0.5, which means we're feeding it in twice as hot, it crashed. Oh man. So let's try. Oh wait, I think I see the problem. I think I know what's the matter with it. But I might be close to functional. Let's keep at that a little bit more, but approach it slower. Gotta do this. Gotta do this. Gotta do that. I'm gonna do 96K anyway. I don't care. So here we are. Now we're gonna convert the sampling rate. Not even gonna bother trying to bump it up. Now we're going to do discontinuity, and let's see whether we can get close. If we are at 0.998, it should work, and it did. And we see that, and that's fine. If, however, we run in extra hot, we try it again, but we step a little farther. Oh, it didn't like it, it fell over. See, this is why I had those sanity checks. The sanity checks did turn out to be useful after all. But it was so close. Okay, so since we are testing these things out, let's see if I can nudge in that direction before it crashes and see what it does. I'm willing to keep bashing it. It's never supposed to handle stuff beyond a certain amount. But let's see what we can do as far as nudging it in this direction. I want to watch what it does as it approaches the danger zone. Fade in. Convert sample rate. And our last application of discontinuity was 0.85. That's not going to be okay. How about this? Is this going to work, or is this going to crash? Nope. Nope. It's a sad puppy. It are sad. Doesn't like. It's not happy. My back is locking up because of this nonsense. And logically, I know why it's doing it too. It's doing it because I took out a sanity check that I didn't like. It was right up here. Because what we're doing is forcing it to be fed samples that are too loud. So what if we tack this in here? If I do this, will it pull it back from the brink? We can but try. This, after all, was the danger zone. Gotta safety clamp that stuff. And there is DB pause is the part that I safety clamped. This is easily enough fixed. I don't know whether it's exploding over, wait, no. Interpolation, hang on. So dB delay has to fit within a certain range. dB pause has to fit within a certain range. I wonder whether integers are easier to calculate on than floats. I am now thinking about how I can sanity check this better. Because we know dB pause can't be less than 0. This is repeatable. Hang on. Parentheses. We like parentheses. They allow us to see what we're doing. There. I took those out. I have put them back. I don't understand what you mean by it's like the logo, but that's fine. Copy and paste some more. And paste more and more and more. Like there, and everywhere dB pauses are found. I get very derpy sounding when it's been a long but successful day. Boom. Having done this, it should now not blow up, crash, and die. The crashing is like the logo? I don't understand. Build succeeded, though. And a log just fell over in my fireplace, but it was fine. There. Now, what do we get? I think I still have those other clamps in there, too, though. Maybe that's not a good idea. Oh, no, I took him out. I took him out. Oh, yeah, Clipper. That dog's named Clipper. Made him up like in 1998 or so. Yep, like... Fade in. Let's go immediately to converting the sampling rate. 96K. And now let's see if we crash again or not. We're supposed to be able to do about 0.5. I could work out the exact, let's work out the exact amount, see if it winds up being perfect. Well, that's not correct at all. That's more like it. So I'm going to want 0.459375 to perfectly lock it in. So 459 is as close as I'm going to get. If this is correct, and we'll find out in a moment, I'm going to say no. But let's see how close it comes as it gets closer to that stage. Because this is not Happy Town, but I'll tell you, some parts of it seem okay. Some parts of it are clearly going insane. So we're getting to about, oh boy, yeah, okay, it's not happy with that at all. We do not want to feed in clipped signals. It's blowing up and going crazy. That's not useful data. No, no, no. So since that was so bad, let's see what happens if we do actually clip on coming in. Because we sure as heck don't want it going that loud, although it's going to be gain staged so hardcore that it's almost irrelevant. Once we've done this, we can see whether we can take out any of the dB pause. Now let's see what we got. I love working with this kind of stuff where there is no authority I can defer to for working out how to make this behave properly. Nobody has this, so nobody knows how to fix it. I can't ask anybody for help because it doesn't exist. This thing doesn't exist. And it's in the process of coming to exist. And along those lines, let's see what happens when we do this and that and thus and so. Because I know if I scale the size of the pre-delay, we can make it do exactly what it needs to at whatever sample rate at the slight cost of making more of those buffers and making the buffers larger. Or we could downsample it, but I don't want to undersample it. This is not designed for such. First things first. 96K. Now it should be preset to exactly the right amount, which it is. Now what do we get when we do this? We've now clipped the input signal coming in. Okay, well, we're having some issues. It is, shall we say, not entirely happy with all of this. Remembering, of course, if you ran audio into this, it would be so far beyond the point of flipping out and losing its mind that it's almost meaningless. we're going to be scaling a lot to get to this point. But that's still weird. Like we've got a single sample offset that's left over from here. And then this is our end result. So that's still strange. It's not happy with this behavior. So how loud did we have to go to get there? Oh yeah, that's a mess. Okay, so the input clipping, not actually all that helpful. It goes fine up to this point, and then it screams and dies for exactly one cycle. And once it's beyond that, we're in the one sample tick mode of its unhappiness. Or are we? No, it looks kind of like we are. It moves around a little bit. And I'm not quite sure what's happening here. No, that's smooth. But we have exactly one point of scream, flail, and die. And that looks really random to me. That looks super duper random. Exactly one scream, flail, and die. And then we are in the one sample tick of no worky. So if that's the case, what then happens if we start clipping it in just before we reach scream, flail, and die? Because scream, flail, and die is right here. And it's right where we start hitting that point of distort. In fact, the size of the whole thing, that's not exactly in the middle. That's more or less exactly where it would be converting from 44.1K to 96. So can we stop this scream, flail, and die scenario? By honestly, we don't even need to take it as far as that. Let's go with just 0.99. Because all of this, if you were to do actual audio at the levels we're talking about, that's the point at which 20 hertz goes into full meltdown. So this is so much louder than anything usable that we don't really need to worry about the details. We just need to make a sanity check for in case somebody wanted to do that. Or in case somebody fed in audio that was so loud, or in case some other plugin broke and started feeding in impossibly loud audio. We want this to not freak out and do ugly things in turn. So, dB pause maybe would also benefit from having limits to its extremity. If dB pause is larger than 1, what does that even mean? It means that input sample minus 1 times negative 0.5. So extreme negative swing is where we start, and that has to be made so 1 turns into 0. 1 minus 1 equals 0. Stays 0 and multiplied by anything, so that's fine. And then power is nothing. So top part is going to be low. Less than 0 equals 0. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. We never even experimented with like other power functions, by the way. The one power function ended up being all we needed. To exactly reproduce what we were doing. I'm just saying, if I had power 3, it would automatically Wait. No, power 2. Power 2 means it no longer matters whether it's negative or positive. Negative times negative flips to positive. I don't need the negative in there. And if it can never be negative, I don't need to check if it's less than 1. I'm less than 0 because it can't ever be less than 0. So that's interesting. So let's test that assumption while we're at it. So if we do this, it should be exactly the same. If this doesn't change, then I don't need the less than 0 sanity check. And I'd like to run less things wherever possible. Back to straight up, no sampling rate conversion. 20 Hertz, fade in, apply at just about, not 0.459 this time. If I do 1, it won't do anything. Wait. 1 is not less than 1, so it doesn't change the gain. 1 is larger than 0, so it multiplies by 1. Never mind, I can use 1 after all. There we go. And that means, since it is converting to positive, I don't need to sanity check to make sure that it never goes negative, because it can't. You can't take anything out of a power to the second power function. What I'm now wondering is input sample minus 1 times 0.5 equal to input sample. Like, could I be applying the 0. Well, hang on. No, I do have to do it that way. I don't necessarily have to do the power function, but I have to multiply it in exactly that way, because each of those one things has to be pulled back to 0 to negative 1. And the power function makes it be positive again, but each of those does have to be multiplied by 0.5 to start. It's all fine. Let's stretch this bit out a little bit. Don't need this, don't need that. Oh, wrong place. Don't need that. These lines are stretching out a little bit more than I like, but it's okay. Oh wait, no, I can arrange them a little differently. Hang on. And I started in a different place, didn't I? We're going to do it like this instead. A little tidier that way. Bear with me, I'll get there. This is very picayune. This is very silly. Fussing with arbitrary ways of arranging the words on the screen, where none of it is the way coders would want it. This is all very offensive to real coders. I just want it in a way where I find it attractive. And here's how we'll get there. And I do believe that covers it. Oh. Well, we can also scrunch some of this stuff together. That'll... Uglification process, engage. Make small chunks of code. By obfuscation. I just need to check that it actually works. We haven't yet checked whether or not the scream and die point is still there. Haven't even got to that yet. That's okay though. We're sort of flailing around. I've got about 15 minutes before I need to get food in the defrosting so that I can eat dinner, because dinner is coming too. But here we go. And the final thing I was thinking of was whether there's any purpose to... I don't know if there's any purpose to dialing this back, because all it would do is dpos, delay, pos times pre-delay. All this would do is scale back pre-delay to a smaller position. I don't know though. .0 is smaller than 0.99. Let's just try this. Let's try this, see whether we broke anything in the flailing. Boy, my sequencing is not great today. It's fine, but it's not great. There's my fade in. We'll have changed it, so in theory, if I just apply this directly, it's going to be great and it's going to be correct and fine, but there might still be issues all the way over here where it actually hits that 0.9 point, but no. No, it's perfectly happy. So now, here's our big test. $96K, and I'm going to go and look up the number that I had before. Oh dear. There we go. 459 it was. Now what do we got? Okay. So this is in the land where everything is overwhelmed and flipped out. But as it enters that zone, we see our little point beginning to sharpen up. we start to flat top as that subsonic frequency, bearing in mind all of the higher frequency stuff is already well beyond insanity point at this point. This is strictly a 20 hertz sine. Anything higher, we'll start to see that spike. In fact, I'll test that. But as we go higher, we start to see the waveform soft clipping into this zone. And it's making little points and stuff, but that's a safe behavior. It's not freaking out too hardcore. So I'm going to say that's acceptable. You're never supposed to use it at this level, but I'm going to say this behavior is acceptable. And it's also a nice proof of concept that I didn't have to do the check for less than 0 because it's still happy. And now that we've got this, we're going to do a different tone that we know will freak out. Like 53. It's still bass, but it's a lot higher than 20. It's a lot higher than 40. Or no, 89.13. Boop. We're at 96K. And we're going to fade in. And this should produce, if we're scaling the amplitude this way, okay, that's somewhat less than optimal. That's not great. However, that's not necessarily that far off what we already had going in. When we start throwing higher frequencies, it flips the heck out. So what we're really looking at here is this area. Because we already had it so that if you throw high frequencies at it, it starts to go insane. And we're throwing a arguably high frequency sine at it. So my question becomes, if this was the bass wave, what would we have? And we see it going sharper and sharper until we reach the exact same point that it reached with the bassy wave. It's just smaller. And I think that's the correct behavior here. So what we're looking at with this madness zone is essentially what it does when it loses its mind. But as you pick higher and higher frequencies, you don't get to amplify them as much before this nonlinearity happens. The nonlinearity is the velocity of sound in air as a function of pressure. And rapid compression seems to have this effect. High frequencies compress faster than low frequencies. The big low frequencies are giving you more range before it starts compressing. And you start compressing until it goes through here. And this is what would happen if we continue to amplify that 20 hertz more and more as we went. And then it goes all the way through here to a point of total meltdown, which is mostly DC at this stage. This is not great, but that's what you do when it pushes too hard. And only then, with this point being a real spiky, we're still dealing with the base frequency here, but it's going like 1, 2, 3, 4 samples at 96K. It's going from this one extreme to the other. No, that's not what we want. We do not want that. We are currently fooling with effects that are so far beyond anything in the real world that the rest of our stuff, like gain staging, is going to be to defuse this scenario. And all the same, we're seeing some amusing results here. Like, see this funny little additional wiggle of the wave? That's interesting. And it's going into an increasingly ramped out madness here. And here's where it starts to really lose its mind. And then we go to complete meltdown. But as we scale up, we see a similar behavior. Not really, but see how we get that point there? And then as we go beyond it, look, we start to see the little corner here, and we start to see it trying to turn and come up. Except for when it does that, it's also going to start going into an oscillation here. But it's weird how we're like emulating some of this stuff through overamplification. This is where sound must never go. It's like, ah! Like here, this is your sound in the real world. This is your sound on loud. This is your sound on burn everything and destroy the room that you're in with sound pressure waves. This is your sound on disaster area, the loudest sound in the universe. And then this is your sound beyond that to implosion of a star. We don't have to worry about an internal side change, so it only acts on subs. This is instead turning into a comparable thing to what we do in earlier versions of console and so on with high frequency sounds to stop them from sounding like a DAW. Like imagine this 50 hertz wave is instead an 11K wave or something. Then it goes, it stomps on it very, very hard. Along the same lines, actually no, let's do noise and then sample back down. Let's do pink noise and sample back down. Check this out. There's some pink noise. As we sample back down, I said as we sample back down, there you go. We go down to the original intended level, and it's not doing the greatest job in the world. Oh, let's normalize it while we're at it, because it went a little louder than it needed to be. Although it's storing it as like floating point samples, so that part's all good. But here we have pink noise. At full crank at 44.1K. If we then apply discontinuity at full crank, default settings, we get a very different kind of noise. Sounds like a forest fire. And the way we do that, oh look, we have a bit of a lead-in, which is at this note. So it's like a musical note. It's not really latency in the sense of a extensive delay so much as it is latency in the sense of a waveform. But then what we've got is this kind of craziness being generated out of the pink noise. If we were to average that out, what we'd get, do I have average available here? I bet I do. 2 taps, full wet. It actually didn't change all that terribly much. But yeah, you average out the pink noise. And it has this distinct big roaring fire sound that's quite convincing, really. Speaking of big roaring fire, let me throw another log on my fire. Lovely and warm. My fire is burning very hot today, as you can hear. And that is actually also, analyze. Our loudness is going to an appropriate amount. Peak amplitude's fine. However, I have a parameter that I can adjust. If we then, oh, let's undo some of this stuff too. There. No average anymore. Now, if I apply my trusty old plugin called Slew Only, oh, interesting. Okay. Didn't it? Oh, I remember. Slew Only scales things. I almost don't dare to play that directly. Well, I'll turn it way the heck down. That's what Slew Only gives you. So check this out. Undo. Here's what we got from taking full-scale pink noise and applying the giant fire effect. You can see that the high frequencies are restricted relative to the lows. However, if we then go and put on Airwindows monitoring, monitoring has stuff that's designed to give you the correct amplitude for things. You're supposed to be able to play your mix, and if you set it to subs only, the subs are scaled to where it should be the same volume. If you set it to slew only, it's supposed to scale so that the slew is the same volume. Peaks only, same deal. Peaks only is pretty well behaved. Slew only. Subs only. Normal. I would say this is all working out fairly well as far as a effect for like maximum overload. We have it completely fried, overwhelmingly loud, and it is causing the peaks to be roughly the right level, and it's causing the slew to be roughly the right level, and it's causing the subs to be roughly the right level. Now, one thing I could do, however, is, let's see, I think the last thing that I did was, oh no, hang on. Yeah, it's full-scale pink noise. What I could do is take it down a bit. Lower level pink noise. If I then apply discontinuity to this lower level pink noise, we still get our on fire noise. But then if we go back in and use monitoring, we see that our normal levels are just getting up between 12 and -6. And our slew, it's a little hotter than that. And subs, it's a little hotter than that. So that's interesting. We've got it set up in such a way where, oh, and if we do a orotone effect, it takes it much quieter. So what we've essentially done, and yeah, and peaks is exactly the same, or arguably even a little bit quieter. So we've got a restriction force. Here, I got another experiment to try. Undo, undo. We're going to be at full scale pink noise, and give me half a second. In fact, I'm even going to give you the. I'm not making another cup of coffee, but I need to go and get some food defrosting. Okay, thank you for your patience. I'm back. So where were we? We have white noise at full volume. So with this stuff, if we apply discontinuity to this at full blast, which gives us a forest fiery kind of sound, because this is pink noise blasted so hard that it causes the universe to implode. Then, let's take it down a notch. Let's take it down 6 dB. Then let's experiment and see what monitoring does to this. Normal level is pretty much what you would expect. It's between -6 and -12, which seems appropriate. Peaks only. is peaking at about the same levels. The loudest peaks get pretty close to that -6 when it kicks around. Again, a lot of these are meant to have about the same amplitudes and levels. Slew. Okay, Slew actually made it louder. We got louder from Slew. Subs. Subs also get louder. So what we're going to do is return to that, and let's see what happens if we pull it back even more. 12 dB down. And then we're going to investigate that in monitoring 2. Normal volume, 12 to -18. That's going to be about the same. Same as there, we're only straight up scaling it. However, a slew, yep, it's going to about a little over that. Our biggest spikes are peaking out, and then subs again. Okay, so what did that prove? I don't know. However, we are on the glide path for having this work properly and be good. Here's our next stage. We can say goodbye to that. There's no special reason we can't add another of these. Excuse me. Input sample does have to be restricted to the maximum extremes. Although technically, what would happen if, rather than doing this, L. That'll make it be only as much as -1 to 1. What happens when we throw this into the mix? Does that make it flip out, or will it behave itself and be okay? We're going to retry that discontinuity part where we were doing, oh, hang on. And hopefully we'll finish all of this stuff up so that we can set levels. We need to set volume levels so that there's a control that says the maximum loud sound that I have is this loud. And it will be centered around, like 100 to 140 dB, but that's going to translate to some seriously ridiculous amplitudes for the Thunderdome stuff. And that will make the whole thing be scaled to normal human use. And that's going to be handy. I'm looking forward to that part. So we've just set the input so that our boosting here produces a effect. We want a sine again. Want a 20 hertz sine. Every time something falls over in the stove, it makes me a little bit nervous, but that's appropriate. I should be paying attention to that, because if something goes wrong there, it's dangerous. And that's such a good stove, it shouldn't actually be doing anything dangerous, but when it makes a noise, I go, is that bad or is that not bad? Oh, and I've forgotten to put the damper on, so just a moment. Engaging the damper means that I'm using the fuel more efficiently and burning it more effectively, and we want that. Back over to our conversion of sampling rates. Back over to our 459, I believe is what it was. Apply and close. Now what did we get from doing that? Well, one thing we got was a very curvy shape. And then as we start to get into the extreme overload zone, we're getting really striking effects there. And then it starts to freak the hell out at the point where everything is already beyond the beyond. So yeah, we could clean that up a little bit by dialing it back. And we have an interesting effect here, which only is happening because we threw the sine function on there. And if we throw the sine function on there, it takes a lot longer for it to flip out, which makes sense. That makes sense. It would take a lot longer for it to go, ah, no, explode. I don't think we're actually going to need to put the sine function on there, but if we needed to, we could. This is going to replace like Airwindows Atmosphere, because this is what I was trying to make happen with Atmosphere and did not. I didn't make Atmosphere happen, but this is happening. Okay, don't save. Back into here. Back into here, and that is now a safety catch. That can exist between each of these, but for this one, this is all of them together, so it doesn't matter. And let us go and find a relevant thing. Said relevant thing is going to be here. But kind of messily implemented, but that said, should be able to get there. This is the code that I care about. Hang on. Let's not be precipitate, shall we? There. Now, gain is going to be a something to be turned into a something else. Let's go. Because that's our dB control. And that means get parameter param1 needs to be changed to something wild and crazy, like 0 to 200. Yeah, 200. Or 100 to 200? Maybe. It's not darkening anything, that's the thing. This doesn't darken, so it's not doing any of Air's ability to darken stuff. It's only doing the nonlinearity. Air also separately darkens as it goes. And that is why when we hit it with pink noise, we get a bright rumble. And we only get thundery noises if we hit it with pre-filtered stuff. So this is correctly named discontinuity because it is only the discontinuity factor. I guess you'd add it at the end of distance 2. So 0 to 200. Now, where am I going from here? $200 divided by 20. Let's start doing the math. Ten to the power of 10. Now I'm trying to grok the how this stuff works. It's going to have to work in a certain way. Well, shucks, I should be able to figure that out. 10 to the power of 10 is going to be a really big number. 10 to the power of something much smaller is going to be not as big of a number. But we also want to scale everything down as well. So here we actually want to multiply it by gain and then divide after. And we can double check by larger than 0. That seems fine. Not that worried about it. And that scales it back up again. So if we have a large number or a smaller number, so gain equals get param1 And that's going from 0 to 200. That can be our quietest number. Base volume level can be parameter 2. And we want to set this up in such a way that this one gets smaller. They got to go in opposite directions. So base could simply be what we start with. Gain becomes a very large number again, but we got to cut it way the heck down first. So gain starts out very small, and then it starts getting bigger real fast as we increase it. And gain will function as a dB meter. Base does not function as a dB meter because we're trying to dial this all in so that I have a consistent volume level that will honor my gain setting. So if we start with this, we start with something where base of 0 makes everything be just silence. Gain is reading in dB plus whatever that is. So we start with silence. We can turn it up until it is a number. And let's see now. That seems to be about right. And they'll go in opposite directions. So we've made this. This is not on. It won't die if we let's fire up this guitar and see what it feels like. And now we fire up discontinuity, and we have these two controls, 0 to 200, 0 to 100. That's 100 plus nothing. Let's just hit it. Okay, that's very clean. And we've attenuated it a lot. As we continue to add this, there we go, to the overwhelming. So now if we do this, silence. Well, I'll tell you one thing right away, that's going to have to be even quieter. Factor of 10 might just get me there. And we're going to start dialing this in until it's working correctly on sounds. as you define it as this is as loud as this track gets. Red on the first control, which goes from 0 to 200, and we're going to interpret it as I tell you that the sound is 140 dB or 80 dB or something like that. And we should be able to dial it in and then get a correct sound out of it. So let's try again. The vocal's going to be useful, the different kinds of vocals, because I know that one of the vocals is belted and the other vocal is sung. The belted one goes louder. And if I can make them both sound right at an estimate of how loud they probably were, that's going to be good enough as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a matter of guitar, not the loudest of amps, but I would believe 90 dB. Now, if we say that this guitar was in fact 70 dB, it's much cleaner. And if we say actually this guitar was 140 dB, now it's completely overwhelming. Let's put this to 1. $100 dB? That's almost plausible. And then let's say it's like a high watt or something. So it's pushing 105. I'm pretty sure that's about as loud as those get. That's a very loud guitar amp. The real one doesn't go nearly as loud as that. If the real one was actually 95, it's this. If the real amp was only, as it really was, I think about 90 or 85. And then the quieter we say that it is, the less this nonlinearity is happening. So interesting. Over to our drum kit that is supposed to be like, what's his face? Gregg Bissonette. How loud do you think this was? Well, I don't think I'm drumming at 110 dB. But it's definitely louder than small guitar amps and stuff. So let's see what we get. Discontinuity, if we were in fact at 66 dB, not very impressive at all, but if we're drumming at about 100 dB, that's still sitting pretty, doesn't sound all that different. But there's a hint. In particular, what it's doing is it's softening the edge of those hats. And I think that's appropriate. However, if I was wailing away at 105 dB, I need to get a dB meter so that I can literally set this up correctly. And you can hear a difference between that. if I'm able to play at 105 dB with these drums, it is observable. The sound, the change in sound is observable. So a lot clearer from just the mics. And it's stepping on those hats kind of loud, so I'm thinking I'm not really at 105 dB, much less 110. But if I was playing at 110 dB, it would sound kind of like this. And that is indeed quite loud. So it's a matter of like figuring out the gain staging based on what is your loudest sound and applying it as such. And of course, if I apply it in a console system, it's going to be applying each of these stages individually. Everything first gets its own stage, and then the combination gets its own stage. "95, I'm a little louder than 95. "101. That sounds kind of like what it sounds like to me in the room. And now I have been flagged as Mr. Gregg Bissonette again. But no matter, because we're doing some work. Let's play with some vocals. A mean vocal and a regular vocal. If I do the mean vocal, how loud do you suppose that is? We're going to find out. It's 83? I don't think so.
Only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs? Know him.
Okay, we need a little more adjusting. We need a little bit more adjusting because I think maybe that other stuff was more exaggerated because on the vocal you can really tell when it's kicking in. And there's no way that my belting is quieter than 90 dB, but boy is it not correctly set up. So let's add some more zeros to a place. 2 more zeros to be specific. Double precision should give me enough information for how this works. And let's see where this takes us. We're going to focus on the vocals first and do a rough estimate of how loud those things were meant to be, and then go from there. So that belted vocal goes loud. It's not going to be like 110 dB, but my voice can go loud. And so we're going to balance it against the first vocal, which is sung rather than belted. And so compression aside, it'll go to, without compression, this would be spiking up all over the place. And maybe that'll actually become, it might become more useful to not compress if I have this in the mix. But for now,
Only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful.
I'm definitely not at 123 dB. No human can make 123 dB voice noise. However, I might be up around 100. I do not have a dB meter to reference.
Only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful governor of your affairs?
That's loud. I need to get a dB meter, honestly. But I'm still thinking in terms of relative volumes, so.
Only rightful governor of your affairs. This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the
That's a loud belted noise.
only rightful governor of your affairs? This amounts to downright spiteful. Who's the fool who stands and dares to deny the only rightful
Let me get to this spike, see what it does.
governor of your affairs? Know him now, there's no one fairer.
Yeah, that sounds loud. Now with the same setting, because it's going to remember the setting, let's go to gently sung stuff and estimate how loud that actually is, because it's going to be sitting at a different level. So I don't believe this stuff reached 100 dB. What does it sound like when I pretend that it did?
Surely it's a little bit unfair.
It sounds like it's going through an amp.
Ask the dead of heart to walk and live.
So how loud was that actual singing? We're going to say 90 dB?
Surely it's a little bit unfair. Ask the dead of heart to walk and live. Ask too much from one who cannot dare. Such demands are hard things to forgive.
It does belt
This
later.
alone I'll call on you to do.
So now what I'm really wondering is whether I can skip the compressor and use this to do the compression. That'd be weird. Might be cool. It'd be weird.
Surely it's a little bit.
There's the final one here.
You're the one I call upon to ride.
And then that last was belted. But not super duper belted. So let's call it 98.
You're the one I call upon to rise.
Maybe a little quieter than that.
You're the one I call upon to rise.
The P jumps out
You're
there.
the one I call upon to ride.
97 is still pretty loud. Voices aren't really going so full on as all that. I don't think I have an uncompressed voice. I think everything that I've done recently is going in through the... I actually got a distressor to do this. And now I realize I might be wanting to go through this before hitting the compression. So maybe I don't even want to compress vocals coming in. And maybe the vocals will work better if they get compressed by hitting this, and that will sound more convincing. It'd be kind of like old school Van Morrison or something, where the voice just bursts out really loud now and then, but it's hitting sound in such... I don't know. Let's go back to some other things. I've got a setting of 14 over there. Let's see what happens when we try some of these other things. Like this is a On Through the Night drums. We're not yet applying amplitude. Might be a fine time to find out. It's getting close to dinner time. Path Nutty, yes indeed. Path Nutty is fun. So let's scale everything by overall scale, but not gain, just the base. At which point we can do a little testing and see whether this will actually work. So we're doing overall scale, and we're working with this weird drum kit. This is not even compressed going in, so that should be a good test. This is now too loud, but there's no way that it's even close to 115, so I need to adjust it a little bit. Oh yeah, no, this is before compressing them. I do know I was laying into it real hard. So let's assume that it goes up to about 102. This is in fact played really loud. And here's where it sounds more and more like I'm putting it through an amp, so this is louder than it needs to be. And that's too uncompressed. I hear it most easily on that hat. Yeah, I laid into the snare pretty hard with some of this. I got a pretty good feeling about this setting. No discontinuity. Discontinuity. Now here's the next question. If we convert this to 44.1K and don't do anything else, now what does it sound like? Does it sound like the same? Because if so, good. I am going to hesitantly say that I think maybe that is coming off at about the same. Nope. And yep. That's me laying into that hat harder than I should be. Back to 96K. And then we're going to do it to 192 just for a moment. More clarity on it, but that sounds like about the same amount of scrunch. I dare say I can pull it back a hair. I don't know though, 102 is not that loud. Maybe I'm at 103. The poor laptop is feeling the stress of all of this, but I'm not done with you yet. You got to do 192K. Only then will we be certain that we are doing the right thing here. Yeah, that's about the same vibe. It's upsampled. But just scaling it seems to be doing the job. Down to 44.1K. Yeah. About the same amount of scrunch. About the same amount of scrunch. So my number appears to be like 21.2. Let's go check some of these other things out while we're at it. For instance, we got a track at 44.1K. How loud is this band? Is this band at about 105 dB, or is it? $103. However, if we were at 105, that's awfully big and loud. 100 dB? dB. I think you'd want to mix into something like this. If you had decided, okay, the loudest possible noise is 100 million billion dB, then you'd have to set everything else quieter than that. So that's a little confusing. It's almost like it's being set up for what the loudness was while mixing it down into these speakers at these levels. It's almost like that. like the mix down volume that you're using is about 96, so you set it up to be 96, and it sounds about right. Like bypass, kick it in. And if you had it less than that, like you're mixing it about 90 dB, so you tell it your maximum volume is 90 dB, and then it sounds about right. I feel like if I had been mixing this down with the monitors, blowing up at 110 dB, which I can't do, it would be less loudinated, kind of loudinated. That's loud. That sounds real loud. Although I'm claiming it's 87 dB. Interesting. Oh, hi, I've got for never vocal. I believe this was a very quiet one.
Son.
Or not. Oh my God.
For a precious time, for a precious time, we love beyond reason. Reason. But for once upon,
Let's find a loud barbaric yawp.
nor shall I for what was mine. Time, don't you recognize this time? We love beyond reason.
That's loud.
Precious time, please don't shed a tear. I for what was mine. Don't you recognize the passing of?
I'm getting very hoarse at this point.
Don't you recognize?
Yes.
Don't you recognize the passing?
Yeah, this is straight up a capture from
For
the
never
samples. That's quieter.
reason.
That's loud.
For a
So let's hear some of these bits and throw that in there. I think tailoring it around vocals is my best bet. Although the fact that these are compressed is maybe a concern. So, yep, reason.
for a precious time, we love beyond
Yeah, gain staging.
reason. Reason. Please don't shed
Daniel.
a tear. Nor shall I for what was mine. For a precious time, we love beyond reason. Reason. Please don't shed a tear. Nor shall I for what was mine.
I'd really like to do the dB thing, and I'm really not sure if it's going to work. I want to set it up so it's like, yeah, clipping is exactly this number of dB, and I'm really not sure it's going to work. Although one thing I could do is, never mind with this one, I've got some other ones that are also as loud as that, and it's 5. I need to go and have dinner. Let me do this one thing, and then I'm going to bid you goodbye for the day. I'm going to take some of the vocals, mean vocal. This is supposed to be loud, and we're going to
rightful governor of your affairs. No one take away can love to say. Then do you know him now that...
That's supposed to be loud. Let's pump it up by, let's pump it all up by about 6 dB. There.
Know him now, there's no one fairer.
And we're retaining it as floating point, so it's actually not clipping those sounds. Now, how can we dial this in? If clipping is 100 dB, it's not going to be, I'm not that loud, so how about 95?
Know him now, there's no one fairer. Shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror. What then do you have to say? Know him now, there's no one fairer. Shown by all he'll take away. Love's a trick and life's a terror.
Loud. So we call that 95.6 dB. And then if we take some guitars and things, do the same deal, except for that's going to be more like plus 2 or 3 dB. Let's clip it. More. And let's hit this one as well. If that's also as loud as the voice, that's believable. Get it up to about this loud. But then if you went to like high watt levels, you can hear the air break up. And the amps don't really get that much louder than this. But if you had a big PA system, so that still feels about right. And then we've got a little guitar thing around here somewhere. How about this? Is this it? No. Nope, that's just from one of the tracks. I'm looking for another one. Here we go. So, let's see if we can do a little Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's like 15 dB down. So if we add 18 dB to this bit, clean, then hit it with this. Oh, well, fine. Give me more channels then. Very good. And then let's say that we're Stevie Ray Vaughan, so we're peaking out at about 103. Not played anything like Stevie Ray Vaughan, but could it get into the zone in some way? Maybe let's undo both of these things and then do them over again differently. convert it to stereo, and hit everything with some kind of amp model, because this is so DI that it's unpleasant. A little amp, fire amp. Let's dial in a little fire amp. So that's a clean sound, right? That's a clean sound. Full output, full wet. Everything becomes much, much louder, and now we can apply the thing that we were doing and see how much all of these things start to sound like a loud guitar amp in the room, with all of the things, including the amp modeling, being totally and entirely fake. How loud are we going to pretend this is? So that's maybe louder than we need. But this is quieter than we need. So about 101 dB. That's loud amps. Not all of them go that loud though. Yeah, that could be. It does sound kind of amp-like. What do we got here? Okay, here we pretend we're the Rolling Stones. Small amp that's not very loud, like a room amp. Or Keith Richards has like a dual showman. (110 dB). That feels about right. Actually, no. Keith took all of his guitar amps and put them together. And the air began to die. Or Keith is a member of Disaster Area, and they're playing in an entirely different planet. Okay, that's just meltdown. 140 dB. dB, 110. and off. Let's put the amp back on. And with that, I'm going to call it a day, guys. Otherwise, I'll just stay fussing all day long and all night long. But yeah, that's kind of where you'd get that satisfaction sound, because those are small amps, but they turned them up as far as they would go, and they're old tube amps. So that's where that kind of comes from. Hopefully, this is going to prove useful. I maybe have to dial some of this stuff in better, but I'm doing the best I can, and we'll see what we can make happen. I have a bunch of various fixes and tweaks and things to do, but until then, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.